Happy Monday, everyone. It's motherfucking Monday, and you know what that means we get to do today? A lot of motherfucking work. Hi. Oh, my eyes were like discombobulated there for a second. How's it going? Let me get my desk up. I am eating a little bit of a snack, so let's watch a YouTube video while I eat the snack. It's like I have lemon curd that I'm putting on some really nice bread, and then some meats and cheeses. Ooh, don't look at that. Waff! How waff! I'm trying to. I just want to put something because I want to munch on this for a little bit. I don't know what I want to watch. Should do some Good Mythical Morning. Candy coated. We try every at-home test. Oh, that's real. Sure. We'll listen to this for a little bit while I eat my snack. This lemon curd is so good. I've never had lemon curd before, but it's just like, it just makes my bread into a lemon pie. It's great. That actually sounds pretty good. I was given a big piece of cheese. I feel like a fancy little rat. I'm having string cheese, so it's like we're having breakfast together. Yippee! We're fancy little rats with our fancy little cheeses. Oh my god. I had to bust it in. Nom nom. I'm sorry, I just realized we listened to that whole ad read. I love seeing like weird new gadgets. Makes sense. That makes him sound awfully homo. Ew, that makes a disgusting noise. Ew, oh my god. That makes a disgusting noise. Can we go to the next one? Oh! Okay, I'm interested in this one. Ooh. Hi, Rainer. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Hey, for the boo. We're just having a little bit of breakfast before we get into it. Mm-hmm. Okay. The wetting the towel down onto the arm for the wet tattoo, the fake tattoos though, is like so nostalgic though. Well, oh my god. I'm just pouring in the water, yeah. Just want to make sure it was nice and wet. $329 for that thing is crazy. I don't know. Ew. Ew. That's crazy. No, old school is so much better. Or just even better, Sharpie. Just take Sharpie and draw it on you. Wow. Just wait, give me. But his is colored. The fake tattoos are even colored. Good art takes time. That's funny. That's funny. Error. My mom would say I would get ink poison if I used pen Sharpie, but never stopped me. Same. I love drawing on myself in school with like Sharpies. Me and my friends would always do that. Poor Rhett is struggling so much. That's the real question. What in the fuck is the $10 a month for? Like, what the fuck? I just think it's weird that you'd have a subscription service with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like a... Yeah, I know, because you'd have such a big line. Like, pay $5 for the printer or $5 for the... Oh. He forgot to take the plastic off. Hi, EJ, Sky Blaster. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. And for the vibe check. Been there, I know, right? Did it work? Oh, what does it say? Oh! My favorite bread is money. Throws up dwarven gang sign. Valid. I like bread. I like focaccia bread the best, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the prinker does not look great. I would just go with the... Or, like, they have, like... Sharpie has their own Sharpie tattoo pens that are, like, less toxic. I have one. I hate the way it feels when I dry it on my hand, though. It's, like, sticky. But, like, they have their own, like, tattoo pens, which I'm presuming they're just taking... These stuff, the body marks. I have these. I'm just presuming that they just take... They put in less dangerous chemicals into the pen. But, Inkbox I hear is pretty good, though. I remember Inkbox being a whole thing, but, yeah, I would rather use a pen than a mini printer that doesn't work. I did some henna on a mate of mine in high school. I love henna. Henna is, like, one of my favorite forms of, like, temporary tattoos. Whenever I go to, like, a carnival or a festival or anything that has, like, henna, I get henna. Every single time. Every single time. I love it so much. I can't now because I can't afford it. So I had to save money. But when I did, oh boy, brother, I would always get henna. I would love henna. I do love henna. I think there hasn't really been an opportunity where I could get henna and then I don't just go and get henna. Because I love henna. Real way use normal Sharpies, this is true. This is true. The only thing I don't like about Sharpies is sometimes if you use too much of it, it gets sticky. You can only use black in the USA due to chemicals. No, there's black, brown, white, red. I think those are the main ones, but I always use brown. I always get the brown one. Because I like the brown and accents my olive skin very nicely. In my mind. Okay, I did that. 27, 28. Nope, 21, 22. Make sure this stays updated. Yeah, because people used to dye hair too or make freckles. Yeah. My mom uses like henna coloring for her hair. And I've seen people do it for freckles. I love freckles. Freckles are like super cute. I'm really happy. The one time I had it was because I really sunburnt my face, but I love freckles. They're cute. But yeah, no, I love henna. I'll have to find the pictures that I always take pictures of the designs I get. I went to Ren Fair last year and I got this really big design that I really, really liked. It was a lot of like stars and moons. It was really pretty. It was really pretty. Alright. I need to prepare stuff for the social medias. Oh, my neck. Oh gosh. Oh, golly gosh. I'm like so satisfied in my tummy. I had for breakfast I had like the charcuterie board of the bread, lemon curd, the cheese, some salami and grapes, and I also had a donut, and now I'm eepy. Only time I got henna was in Hawaii. I bet you got the prettiest design. Yeah, most times I get henna. I get it wherever I can. Yummy breakfast, yeah, yummy breakfast. Donut was good too. Henna redeem when? We want you to look like Mike Tyson. Never. Because that would take so long. Because I would only do the henna on my hands. That'd be like a stream. Me learning how to do my own henna would be its own stream. Happy Monday. Time to work hard. It's you all the time. Yourself on the internet just to see what you would find. I feel like I had a weird dream last night, but I just don't remember it. TV now. Only saving everything behind. Ha 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 ha. Oh, today's is the right. And reposted. Thank you, my wife. Thank you, my wife. Get stream snipe. Fuck. Oh my god, it'd be so easy to stream snipe me on God though. Like thinking about it, I'd be the easiest person to get stream sniped. I forgot to move that over. So I just looked at Discord. When did the thirst trapping start and how well is it paying? I mean, it's paying for itself. That thirst trap comm paid for itself because you guys are the ones that funded it. So I guess very well. Question mark. I have to re-render this one. Because I forgot to move the club clippings over. Oh, my rib! My rib muscles are tweaking. Some rehab. Maybe I need some sleep. Obsession. In my dreams. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Okay. All my girlfriends in my head against the walls. There you go. That's better. All the time. Video editing. TikToks. This one, yes. Pog. Okay. Cancel. Discard. Oh wait, no. Discard. Victor, it's a crisis. Crazy. It's gonna be a crack, dude. If I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Let's do this one. VTuber clips. Twitch clips. Horror. Jump scare. There we go. Hi Rhino! Happy Monday! How you doing, bud? Don't care what people say. I want to make the pointer hand sticks. Like, I'm not typing in. I won't want to make one of these. I'll make one of these. Hello, Rabbi, at work, hopefully. I believe in you. I need to blow my nose. I thought my nose was just itchy, but it's just stuffed. My nose is just stuffed. I want to make one of these today. Because I think it'd be funny, instead of just having the mouse, I had like a little pointer stick to pointing at things. Oh my god, wait, this one's so cute. Those are cute. I want one of these. I'm gonna do one of these probably today. Ew, that hand is weird. I just want one of these. Ew, why are some of the fingers like weird? I just want a normal one. What the fuck? They're so weird. They're weird ones. I just like want like a normal one. What the fuck? Okay, so with some friends, and it was so spooky, like heart dropping. Like that guy had no pants. All right, let me take this. I'll take this. This looks good now, right? Yeah. Yeah. We gotta take this bottom link. Oops. No. Okay. That did not want to. Pilgrim spooky. Let's see how this will do today. Your heart and your soul. I'm gonna schedule this one for a little bit later than the one that goes out on TikTok, just so that way TikTok gets kind of like that priority and my views don't cannibalize themselves, as the marketing people say. Boop. It's not done yet. I did these because I don't think I have any. Let me make sure. I don't think I have any commissions to do today. Nope. No siree. All right, this one. What was the whole thing? What did we do? I remember now. Trying to eat the dead. Or curing old man. Eating old men and exploding berries. Yeah, I think I like that one. There are so many things happening outside and it's about to fucking have me fucking panicking internally. Shit's loud. I wish it would stop. Can you guys hear it? You guys can hear it. It's going through my microphone. Cool. Let's all get overstimulated together. Yippee! Thank God. Oh my God, I was about to fucking about to crash out. About to crash out, bro. Sticks and stones will break my bones when you rock it. What day was Thursday? Thursday was the 12th, okay. VODs, this one, 10th, 11th. We do 11. Highlights. Download. In your bed alone, I know I'm picking up the phone, I feel it. June 9th, June 10th. Rich and South. 11th. Oh, 12th. The 13th. You, I don't know. 13th. This one can be today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Picking up the phone, I feel ya. I wish I could feel ya. Oh. This is Tuesday. Which ones don't I have? I have Tuesdays. I don't have Wednesdays. Thursday. Friday. Alright, cool. I'm gonna change the playlist that we're listening to. Alright, cool. Bum, ba, bum. I think I want to do the thing first, but let me prep these. I have to do that eventually. I'm lazy. I don't want to do the repo com TikTok, but I will eventually. June 16. I heard content. Yes, sir. I'm working on content today. Let's see. What number is... This is 38. Which, I don't remember who I'm highlighting for today. And then number 3. What is it? Sperm shapes? Do sperm have different shapes? Yes, sperm can have different shapes and sizes. Sperm morphology, which refers to the shape and size, is a factor equivalent to semen analysis, which it can vary significantly between individuals within the same ejaculate. Normal versus abnormal sperm. Yo, the ladies in chat. Now, if you ever have sex with a guy and you think he's weird, be like, yo, dog, your sperm mad weird. Yo, that's funny. I did not know sperms actually could have weird shapes. They could be pointy, they could be small, they could have two tails, they could have two heads. Oh my god, that's so weird. That's so crazy. I didn't know this. Cool. I can't talk about that today because it's real. Sperm shapes. I think that would be the fastest way to turn a guy off. Be like, hey man, your sperm mad funny. Oh, that'd be so funny. Fuck. And then club flips number 7. Ooh, go down just like Holy Mary. Alright. If someone said that to me, I think I'd have to kill myself. Exactly. If you were like, you're just not like a nice person, I think I'd make fun of you and be like, "Duh." Imagine this. Imagine a guy comes up to you and he's like, "Hey, you're like." And just giving you the creeps and be like, dude, I bet your sperm is mad funny looking. I'm making that today's stream title. Yo, dog. Your jizz be mad funny looking. Bro, I fucking love that. That's like my new shit now. It's my new insult. What do you mean? Your coom be mad funny. Okay, coom. Coom doesn't work. Yours. Spunk? God damn it. What do you mean? Fine. Twitch won't let me have it. Twitch won't let me have it. What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Sad now. That's funny. Okay. Oh, I wanted to make the pointer hand stick. That's right. Point. Maybe this one. It doesn't have like all the fingers though. It gotta be. I don't know, I kind of like the 4-fingered nature of it. It's gonna be perfect. I think we do want to do the retracto stick. I think the retracto stick's pretty funny. So yeah, I'll just copy this image so I can have it in the reference in one image. God damn it, the noises outside are overstimulating me, made me upsetty. Alright. Oh my god. Ugh, my brain is still like at the fucking I just love sex memes where it's like, yo dude, that was pog sex, but let me tell you about my Skyrim lore, my Star Wars lore. That's like one of my favorite memes. I like the shock factor of it all. I think I also said that because it reminds me of the Creepcast meme. Bro, your mom looked mad funny in that bot. Which, those of you who don't know, that is actually a reference to the Baraska story when the female in the story, her mom passes away and they're at a funeral. And they're like, yo, the character doesn't actually say it. Her boyfriend doesn't actually say it, but he kind of acts that way. And it's just a funny meme. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put this file information. Mouse tracking asset. Is it this one? Okay. Nice cock home, bro. but exactly. Okay, here it is. Break my walls, Magnolia. Okay, these are the high fidelity ones. Cool. This is the guide. But I want the other guide more. Gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. Gotta be. The very bread is handsome mel. I have never heard of that bread. I've been learning a lot about new breads recently, and I have not heard of that one. Ooh, it's pretty. It's pretty. It's cute. I like it. It's cute. Look at the little flower in it. That's cute. This one's got a dog. That's cool. It looks good. Fine. Oops. It's so scrumdiddlyumptious. I ate like 8 a day in Germany. Damn. See, why do I have to go? Because, like, I've always wanted to go traveling, but I'm never going to be able to afford it. So, I mean, but, like, why do I got to go out if y'all have gone out, you know? Y'all can just tell me about your experiences in the world outside of the U.S., you know? I don't need to go outside. You guys have already gone outside. Shift 1. Home ones. This to go on the back. This to be centered and put at the bottom. I think I would prefer that. Traveling can be cheap if you convince your family that it's a family trip. That's a good point. That does sound nice. This one's gonna be like a little bit bigger, I'm presuming, because I put it in a different spot. Oh wait, but this is this? Yeah, I have this mouse, which is a little different than the normal one. That's what the crayon looked like in this one? The crown? No, it was white. Why is it black? Oops. There you go. But I have the funny mouse. I should have both in this file. I don't know where I put the other one. Items. BBCD, EFG, LM, mouse track by maincoow. Yeah, I don't know where I put the other one, so I'm just gonna remake it. I really not know where it is though. Here it is. There we go. Now I don't have to remake it. Just gotta reference how big it is. Fucking fat. Cool. Baby doll. Okay. And then I want to make this one. That'd be longer. You okay though, I think. There's 12. Oh, baby doll. Oh my god. Baby doll. 12. Alright. order does this have? Oh, baby doll. Okay, and then remove it. No. What is this? 4? Let's do 2. Makes it this color. What is this? 4. Let me just make this 4. That's about the same. Alright. So's me. Just lock this, lock that. I think that looks good. Nope, come here. Okay, I like it like that, yeah. Boop. Boop. This has got to go down more so that way it looks like it's curving. Oh, come back. Come back. See, this goes back, and all these need to have a white interior. Yeah, this goes in the front. I kind of like don't like the shape of this finger. Some goes here. Know how to get high my lows, fuck around and lose control. Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited there. Hi, Kuo the Owl, welcome on in. Kuo Go the Owl, my apologies. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Thank you for the head pats, and I hope you enjoy your stay here at the Milk Club. I need to post this. Okay. Yeah, what are you working on today? I am working on, I'm making another, like, so I have this thing with my VTuber where I can have, like, this mouse, or I can have, like, a crayon, or I can have this, like, pen, or I can have a pencil. And I wanted to make one like those little pointer finger things that teachers have. I want to make one of those because I thought it'd be a funny addition. It's alright, I go all night. No, I'll take it how my load is control. So cool, thank you. Yeah, I'm just kind of updating my stuff so that way I can have it. And then we'll do some video scripting and then some probably voice recording for the TikToks, I think is the plan for the day. And then I don't know what else I want to do today. Oh, some 3D art stuff is the plan. So I need to finish. I'm like really close to finishing my first set of textures for stuff. So I want to finish that today as well. Also, I think these are all too thick. Just making sure. Nope. Okay. Do I feel like I need to flip this though? Flip. A little bit, yes. No, yeah, you know I love you. I kind of wanted to just kind of fit in here. Was like my plan. I feel like I made the lines too thick though. So every time I talk, I choke. It's like 3 maybe? I think 3 looks better. Yeah. And then we can make a little stick. I usually use the gray and then the white, I think is my plan. Slant into your driveway. Inside me. I need to scoot and rotate it a bit. Dum dum dum. Rest of them. Fuck 'em up on us. Make it a little bit thicker. You just kiss me. You just me. And then I think I would just make this like a darker gray. There we go. I don't know if I like the way this finger looks. It feels kind of flat. That's like too long though. The rest of them. There we go. It's kind of a bit more pointy now. Yeah, I think I like that. This is the pointer. Ooh, pointer hand. This is the hand. This is the stick. And now, if I did this right, should just be able to. Oh, there's the old mouse. That's fine. To do our projects. Yes, this is a. Ooh, what'd you get? That's it. Spite on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Rasterize, rasterize, rasterize. Brother made Japanese curry. Yum. File, save as. just gonna put this here. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Alright, so hopefully, if my brain brains the brain good, I should just be able to go. This PC, this one, live 2D, art projects, live 2D, mouse tracking assets, this one. And then I should open our place. Okay. Huh? What? Why did this break? Okay, so all of this should go right here. Shit. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. This one. This one's unnecessary. Oh, we already have the pencil. Okay. This is unnecessary. These need to go down here, and then we can delete. Yes. There we go. I'm just gonna realign these. It's good. Looks good. Okay. So. Oh, that looks so yummy. Ooh. Yum, yum, yum. Means to reciprocate. Being expected to tolerate. Something I want me today. Just can't call a spade a spade. Thank you for the head pats. I watch. Let it run my mood. I think that should fix it. Nice to know I'll be moving on. Holy shit, the butter on the counter is melting. I am built for this heat. Understandable. Sounds like some pretty nasty heat, if you ask me. I don't trust this. Texture, art mesh, nope. Reset. Oh. I see. Okay, well that should be fine. And then if it's like this, yep. Pen toggle. Replicate parameter. This one will be clean mouse. Toggle. Mouse toggle. Which means boop, 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 boop. Hi, Sajiko. Hi, how are you doing today? Actually, I could make them all default to... Actually, these should all be 0 opacity by default. And then... I don't know whether I'm doing this right. Yeah, no. My brain is braining. I think I want to change how this works. So this will be default. Default state. Create. Default state just means that this is what it looks like, which makes sense. Yep, that looks good. And then let's add a deformer and call it pen toggle. And try and actually, I think I'm doing this wrong. I think this is unnecessary. I think I'm just gonna have to break it in the way that I'm thinking I had to break it. So let's remove all these. Pen toggles, none. A mouse, interacting with a mouse. Yes. Yes, and this is correct. I love you, my love, you wrote me off. This is the clean mouse toggle. Oh, and it's here. It'll go here. Looks like I don't know. Way behind. This one, and this one. And then pen toggle, clean. So clean mouse should go first. And then it should go boop. Or does it want to go in the order that I want to do, guys? Let me move over here. Yes, you will. You love me. Okay. Pencil should go at the bottom. Okay, pen, and then the crayon. Which I want to go to 100. One will go to nothing. Just make sure that this works. Clean. What if I do this? That's what I was worried about. Okay, so... I think in the VTube Studio settings, I think I can change how this model works. So hopefully I think this will work the way I think it does. If I still played, this should be pointer toggle. Put my hand on the stove. If I still laid. And it's gonna get mad at me because it's like really shouldn't have for more than one, and I'm like, eat my dick. And I'm gonna redo this one as well. Hi Zoe! Happy Monday! I hope you're having a great one. And then the pencil toggle. Nothing. 2, 1. And then this mouse will get another one. Yes, I know. If I still bleed. Okay. Helene, it's been pretty great. I'm glad. I'm so happy. Oh, cancel. Texture. How's your Monday been? Pretty good. Pretty good. Edit texture atlas. Boop. Automatic layout. Yep. Ew, why are these so small? I don't like it when these are small. Okay. Okay, save. Yes. File. Export for runtime. Okay, try. V2. No folder. 2. Alright, now I have to replace. I'm like trying to decide. I think I'm just gonna replace the one in here. Fucking cat to save. Actually, let me clean copy it. It'd be better if I clean copied it. Like 1, 2, 3. Okay. That would mean no, I do have to load it. When you sleep. Because I don't have any hotkey set up. Let me clear settings. This will be the pumpkin roll with a lot of sweet cream cheese. That does sound good. That does sound good. I'm like 1, 2, 3. Eyes roll back in excess. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong. I'm trying V2. I set it from another one. Select. I'll just reset it. I just reset it. Lay me down like 1, 2, 3. Throw back in ecstasy. Mouse. Access. I should name these correctly. I think that's everything I need to set up in that folder. I create expressions. Clean mouse toggle is a overwrite. I want it to be an overwrite. This will be clean mouse. Save. The pen toggle. Create. Crayon toggle. Save. Create new expression. Pointer toggle. Shoop. New expression. Pencil toggle. Save, and then the guide. Done. Make this the guide. No turning back. Thank you for the song request. Oops. I can't see because of the shadow. I think that's mostly correct. Oh, it moved it. Fuck. There we go. Okay, guide, and then this will be set onset expression. Clean mouse. Be control 1. Done. Clean mouse toggle. Set unset. Crayon. Oh, I need to copy the word toggle. Forgot, what is BLT's keys? It's Control Alt. Yeah, it's Control Alt 1. Yeah, left Control 1. Left Control 3. Oh. Pen toggle, pen toggle. Control 4. Pencil. Oh my god, this scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, Control 2, Control 1. Okay, there we go. Oh, that file is wrong now. It's fine, I can replace that after. It's fine, I can replace it after. Okay. Oh, this should be good now. Load current model. Select today. Okay. Okay. Levels orange color tint. Yeah. Okay. So. Actually, I can edit that after. Okay, that's done. I gotta clean stuff up in here. Those are fine. Drawing pin's fine. Where is it? Mouse tracker. Okay, I only have 2. That's good. Select. Negative 25. Select colors. Actually, yeah, that's fine. There you go. Boop. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pen. Okay, mouse 2. Pointer hand, paste, okay, guide, pencil, no, mouse 2, okay. So now if we go 2. The fuck? Which one's this one? Oh, there you go. Haha! Cool. I'm just gonna reload this. Select. Settings. What is my mouse? Check that mouse tracking. Here you go. Cool. Alright. That's all fixed. I want that today. Gib. I should be where my mouse is, right? So I was like, pop. Yep. Cool. Oh. There you go. Delete this guy. This is done. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, okay. I'm gonna pick someone for the highlight, which we have a list of people. Sure, we'll do Red Claw. 32 was for the games. When I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think and we could never be a pair. Oh, it's hard to need you, but I miss you. Come here. I want to try Glitch Link. Welcome to the Stanley Parable. Meet Rick and Morty meets a haunted copy of Goose Blizzard. Is your old. This listing is for exclusive player Steam Note, a short standalone slice of game with multiple endings comedy. 30 minutes to 2 hours depending how deep you explore. Don't end September 22nd. You pick on June 27th. Cool. Yeah, well, we can do this one. We'll probably do this one last. I gotta do this. Oh, right, the demo link. The key is the demo link, right? Steam Fishing Fest! Always wanted to see you when I wish you. I want to play this so bad. I want the full game. You everywhere. Always thought of thinking we could never be a pair. When you and I miss you, come here. Always thought to see you when I wish you were right here. Always thought to meet you when I wish you everywhere. Always thought to thinking and talking and not the thinking. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. I might switch these. He lets me. Oh yeah, he lets me go. I'm tired and lets me go. He says he's sorry. The end of the night. In the morning, everything's alright. What the fuck? Holding me tight. Willing to worry. It's hard to see you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Twitch cloud of war, English maker. Cancel. I think I just want to switch these episodes around. Stop it. I'm just gonna switch these. This one, what's the deadline for this guy? Redeemed. This one. This one says I already did it, but. Cool. I did. Okay, cool. Okay. So this one I want to post this week, so I can get it out there before the release. B-O-I, mama's boy, mama's boy. M-A-B-O-I. I need to upload a VOD before I forget. B-O-I, mama's boy, mama's boy. I think it was the 9th. Yes, ma'am. The grind never stops, chat. The grind never stops. Someday we'll become pretty stable in life. Someday. Well, let's do a different song. Goofy Joe. Creative upload. Ambient stream. Twitch promos. 9th. Which one? Nope. Oh, doesn't it have a YouTube tag as well, actually? Virgin CDE English. Oh, that's fine. Next. is a pastime activity. City. Okay. Was it incarnate? Incarnate. The embodiment. Actually, I like embodiment of whip. So it was update. I want to see it. Thank you. Seeds. I won't put that on everything, actually. Because that's more important to me than being a daily content creator. Because the real ones know I'm a daily content creator. Somewhere without sleep. Gibber hangs out. Oh yeah, okay, I can delete this one. And then Mondays, because I just uploaded that to YouTube. Okay. Haugen. I feel like I can make this cuter, but it's fine. Ooh, fancy number. Okay. So let's start with our favorite vitamin shine. Let's see, did we do all these previous ones? Oh, this one was cute. We never did this one, but that one's okay. Did that one. Gotta do this one. So I like this guy. This guy's cool. I want this one. Boop, boop. Nope. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Where's your head at? I forgot what I was doing already. Where's your head at? Where's your head at? This week's. This is June 16th to the 22nd. Without you. I don't know why, but my months have been going by way too quickly at this point. I need them to slow the fuck down, brother. Been on you. Almost caving on you. I always feel like winters go by slower than summers. So once we hit into fall, it'll probably be slower in my brain. Boop. Okay, I want this one from the Nash Zoo. Enshrined, the Nash Zoo. This one. Save. Alright, which one do I want to do next? Because there are a bunch of animal ones. But there's other things that made me happy throughout the week. Because I don't just want to do animals. Let me see. Let me look at my TikTok. Let's see, what else have I liked during the week? Another animal one. Oh, this one was cute. Oh, this one was cool. This one will be good. Now we could do another animal one, maybe? Caving on you. I mean, that was cool. There's this artist that made clear glass rulers. And I kind of want to talk about those too. Okay. Pog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. So we will do the little Bambi deer, the tomato. Because I like the tomato. It's just not what I expected to play. Kind of a different song. This is fine. Have a gentle spam phone call. This man's name. Thank you for the lurk. I'm getting crazy to look. Get that money. Go Vex. Become rich. I believe in you, Pookie. Get him. Get him. It's not what I wanted to download. So thank you for the lurk. I forgot if I said that. But thank you for the lurk. Okay. And I didn't take screenshots of any of it because I'm silly. Fuck. That's the last one, actually. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great Monday. Hi. So here's a PNG. Hello, how is stream? How stream is good. I'm starting to get my work brain going. So we're getting there. It's a little bit of a slow brain day, but that's alright. You should allow yourself to have slow brain days, because if you try to overwork your brain, then your brain just won't work at all. You know? Give me the head pat. I see the thing I just downloaded was incorrect. Okay. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Bring my mic closer to myself. Alright. Yo, Lane, how's work going? It's going good. My brain's a little eepy, but we're good. How are you doing? I finished like a video editing comm yesterday and might be doing that somewhat regularly for the person, so I'm excited. I forgot to get the hashtags. I always start with these because these are the most like lenient ones. Or is it? Little deer have no, what is it called? Benny's top hobby shopping. Fantastic. 14. What is this deer called? What is it called? What is this type of deer called? He is freaking awesome. What is this deer called? Oh my god. Tiny deer. I'm currently doing commission as well. Pog. Oso. Pog. It's a poodoo. It's a poodoo. It's a little poodoo. I love poodoos. They're so cute. Look at them. Look at them. They're, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Hold on. I wanna edit the texture. Open. Sharing assets. Items. Where is it? Like 2D. This one. File open recent. Oh, but then I have to change that too. I can do that. 2D art. Live 2D art. No, let's try again. So this one. Aw, did I merge them? I might have. Frick. That's fine. Just do this one. Can't believe I saved that down like that. Hold on. Leaving everything behind. I did. Heartbroken. Frick. I wonder if I can. What is the auto saves? I think there's. Because I don't want to make it again. Rewind. All the things in my. I miss you. I'm dead. Everything behind. this one. Nope. But this one. Nope. This one. Nope. But this one. I love when you wanna cry. Looks like you're gonna die. Got to say what's on your mind. I don't want to make it again. Cries. Things are mine. I will. Alright, fine. Fine. Those days when you don't want to wake up, everybody sucks. Our projects. Wait, motherfucker. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Let's call this flat. And then it has the other one too. Okay, that shit. I think I did it as like 4, didn't I? Yeah. Oh, fuckers. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. This one says it's like a dark crayon, but I'm pretty sure it looked fine as a light crayon. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I don't understand why it's darker. It is okay. Okay. I gotta remake this one. Ugh. Okay. That's raw. But you're fucking right. That's raw. Tonight. There you go. Oops. Break your fucking face tonight. Oof. Oh, not like that. That's good. Put that there. I'm gonna take this and bring that there. Can't believe I have to make this twice. That's okay. Make this all gray. All white on the inside. I said all of it. This one should be on top. Maybe on the top. And this should be white. And then boop, boop. Then I once again fix this. A bit, so it's more of a rounder finger. And then I did this so it sits here. Do this. Oops. There we go. Make it smaller. Alright, and then I made this line art thinner to 3, I think, so I could see it better. I think I'll take this guy again, go here, go here. And I just want to make this the blue that everything is. Control 2. Where are you? What? Pictures, screenshots. Now we can take this color. I think the line art needs to be a little bit thicker, so let's put it at 4. I'm just gonna erase this part. Oh, also I need this again. And then this and this. Line to screen, then press Control Alt 1. What is it? And hit Shift F1 to toggle off. Oh, where is this? Why? Go. There you go. Alt to toggle off. Boop, boop. Make that white. That's not white. That's white. There you go. Did it all. Wait for one thing. And the nurse. Let's do it like this. There we go. Export. Hi Pixels! How was your meeting? I hope you had a good meeting. So much meeting, I'm sorry, but I hope it was a good meeting at least. These unlocked. Oh, colors. Need your hand, okay. Very good though. Yeah, I'm glad. Lock. What I found. Save. Go away. Now we have the new one. Yes! I fixed it. But you know what I didn't fix? Fucking this. Or this. Fucking. There you go. Yahoo! No. Did I export this already? Had to really sit down and break stuff down about art guidelines because some of the stuff is drifting too much into Photobash 3D in the final and it doesn't line up with what we already have. That's valid. That's valid. I did the folder. I just had to go. I had a new folder and it disappeared. What? What? Oh. I don't know. Named it. Barn name. Has it been around the barn? Good. I made this new little pointer asset so I can point at things. Point, 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 point. Because I just wanted one and I thought it would be silly and cute. Make sure it's still aligned. It is cool. I think it has smoothing though. I think it has smoothing on it. It's about to piss me off. I have to go back and fix it again. No, not this one. Hold on. This one. I want to take streaming assets, items. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? A, B, C, D. Drawing pen. Nope. This is V2. Download, save. Okay. Bloop, bloop, bloop. No smoothing. And now I will load. Actually, go back to me. Streaming assets. See prompts this one, do this. Reset that. Oh, those are my glasses. Oh! Fuck. Okay, hold on. This was supposed to be lane. Fake shadow. There we go. I can keep the eyeglasses. Live 2D models. Is that in here? Smoothing XYZ10 false. Remove item settings, physics settings. I'm trying to look at the smooth. I want to see if they have smoothing 0, minimize false. I want to see if I can edit that in the live 2D settings itself instead of having to reload the item, because I don't want to reload the item, chat. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Scoot this over, scoot that over, this one. Smooth. Ah, use false. Nope, wrong one. Smoothing head angle. Smoothing 20. 0. 0. I think that should be faster now. Yeah, it's faster. Cool. This is all good. A poodoo. Right, this was what that's called. Okay. Coming in hot, but also very coming in adorable is this little guy. What is their name? Benny? Guy named Benny. They are a poodoo, which... Poodoo. Are they the smallest deers of the world? Are poodoos the smallest deer? The southern poodoo is the world's smallest deer species, with the northern poodoo also being a contender for the title. Southern poodoo stands apart. Okay. So there's a northern and southern, but the poodoo genetic overall is like... They are... Gustas tú, gustas yo, y gustas tú. They are a poodoo, which is the smallest species of deer in the world. The world. According to the Nashville Zoo, Benny's favorite pastime, chomping on leaves. Why are there all this beeping? All this beeping from outside is driving me nuts. Why on a Monday? On a Monday. Alright, the next one is about the little star. The sun turns into tomato blue, which leads us... Oh! Oh, okay.
It's all those construction jobs.
But why? Why?
Is it still too loud? I can close the garage.
No, it's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fine. And we have this, as summer blooms, so does many crops this summer. Like, look at this amazing tomato that this TikTok user grew. Right? They grew it? Yeah, but I want to show you guys this cute little tomato. Oh, maybe not. It's about to cut into. It looks like a cute little tomato suntan. And then the last one is about the ruler. It's very playful as it glides, it's static. You can create hundreds of parallel lines, but this is more about marking and making it a sense of proportion of scale. The other are super accurate. These rules are made clear look. Okay. Thank you for the song request. Oh, okay. Poodoo, cute, deer, summer, tomato, tan, ruler. I got you. I'm sorry with the wrong song. The cube. I hope this is the right song. Yippee! The song sounds cute. Mango trees. I love mangoes. Yellow, suntan. My brother showed it to me. It does give very Hawaii vibes. I like it. A special treat. We have this wonderful new perspective on rulers. Yeah. It's Hawaiian reggae. I like it. Making it functional, but an extra beautiful piece. What makes me upset is this guy's name is Paul Coxedge, and I'm probably gonna have to say his name. As a treat from the art world, we have this wonderful new perspective on the rulers, making it not only functional but an extremely beautiful piece. I know. Paul Coxedge created these pieces. It is limited pieces. These. Oh, can you still buy it? Is this something you could still buy? Oh, it's the Roll and Rule limited edition. Yeah. Yeah, you can. As a special treat from the art world, we have this wonderful new perspective on rulers, making it not only a function but an extremely beautiful way. Paul Coxedge created these beautiful statements, which you can own today. Checking out the link in their bio. Cool. It is cute, fun, and interesting. I enjoyed. Big love to the creators. Cool. Song's very cute. Alright. So this one is scripted, so that means we gotta do the fun thing where we go in here. We do all this. Edit dates, make it for 300. Edit dates, this will be for Saturday. Edit dates for Saturday! I've listened to this song too much. I've listened to this song too much. I haven't listened to this song too much, though. Make it better, pray. Let the good times roll. In case God doesn't show. Want the time to make things right. Want to make your words come to life. Who does he think he is? Is it... What the fuck was it called? It's called Glitch Banker. What was it? Memories, even though they weren't so great, it tastes like you, only sweeter. Alright, cool. Cool. Because the memories, it tastes like you, only sweeter. Okay, we can close all these. Move these over. Or to the future, when my eyesight is going bad in this crystal ball. It's always cloudy except for back into the past. One night stand. One night and one more time. Please. Oh, why didn't it save? Please. No! Save. Okay. Don't play Fortnite. Keep the good work. Thank you. Have fun in Fortnite. Love you. Bye. Save. Edit dates. Holy thing. I'll never be able to see the uncursed ass mascot for this album, but I love the music. What? It's just like a weird goat, isn't it? It's just a weird goat. Love you. Have a good time for night. Miss you. Bye. Oh. And I have one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. It tastes like you, only sweeter. Oh, just leave that there. Thanks for the memories, even though the memories. This is correct? This is correct. More night, one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. It tastes like you, only sweeter. Is that the one I want? I kind of just wanted a normal one. Do that one. We could do. Actually, do they have? They have commissions. Maybe they have it on Blue Sky. Oh my gosh. Wanna be like them. For things you do. I think taking their ref is best. I never wanna be you. Don't wanna be just like you. What is this? What is this? I've seen it so goddamn dumb straight. It is a dog. It's just a dog. Damn. That's weird. That the dog just singing along. That makes sense to me. It was a weird little dog. A bow wow. A bow wow wow. Copy image. Hi Vex. Alright, let's do V highlight. Good job, you said to me. So 20-foot tall dog head just sings along for someone on the album. Hell yeah, dude. If I could afford doing that, I would do that too. Fuck yeah, dude. I wanna be like you. Much more spooky. I don't ever wanna be you. Don't wanna be just like you. Wanna be you. 28 underscore red claw draws. 28. Save. The rest of the effects for animatronics fell thematically in line. That one was just F you because we wanted it. If I had as much money as they did, I too would do things like that. That's what I'm saying. Also, I did the wrong number. It's not 28. It is 38. If I had that much disposable income, you would not see me doing normal things either. Oh, look, they're live. They're live with Party Demon S. Oh my goodness. Does their Instagram have art that they made? Credits. All model art by me. Oh, that's cool. Clips. Do they have ones where they're drawing? Ooh. Ooh. That's cool. I think I know which art is like theirs just based off of the style, but I will make sure as I'm doing this. Oh, this one's him doing art, so... Okay, this is him doing art, so that's good. Oh, do they have... What is that about me? I'm a T-Rex nature deity VTuber and the king of dinosaurs. When I'm not roaming the territory, I spend my free time drawing and playing video games. I'm sure you've heard his roar. Is it his? Please, do they have their pronouns? Please, I don't want to get canceled. Okay, I'm just gonna say there. You heard this Dino King's roar across the land. Red Claw is a amazing artist. I'm sure you've heard this Dino King's roar across the land. Red Claw. Dino around, but also an entertaining content creator and talented artist. Pog. Oh, I did 2 lines from this one. They stream. They have like things they prefer. Oh my god, they're all. Wait, no, that's what? I forgot. Gamersub says like, their logo looks like a G and a G, and so I thought they were advanced GG, but they're not. Never mind. I was excited for no reason. Don't mind me. Yes. I don't know how to grow an avocado.
Oh, you've seen TikToks on it.
I've forgotten them, obviously.
They put a split in it and then submerge it in water until it sprouts.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to triple check if there's anything else I need to know. I'm trying to grow an avocado tree. Pixels left an avocado seed in the kitchen, and I'm like, I'm gonna grow this bitch. He's probably not gonna grow all that well, but I want to try it at least. I'll try it at least. Oh, they do like a variety of stuff. I don't think they do anything specific. Yeah. They stream over on Twitch, playing a variety of games. Let me see. If I look at their clips, it'll tell me if they have. They stream over Twitch playing a variety of games. That won't make an avocado tree? What do you mean that won't make an avocado tree? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean avocado seeds don't make avocado trees? What does that mean? That's how that works. No, just a normal tree with no... What do you mean? Oh my god. How to grow an avocado into an avocado tree. What do you mean? No, that doesn't make sense. I mean, the graft, it kind of makes sense. No, this one says that you can do it. You just need toothpicks. I have to peel this? I have to peel it? They have pits. But this person grows an look. Look, it's a whole ass plant. What do you mean? Can you plant an avocado? Will grow. Won't make. What do you mean? No. 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 What do you mean? How to grow an avocado tree that bears fruit? No, I don't want to fuck. I'm growing it anyway. I don't care. It will be my plant, and I will call him Edward. And he will be a great plant. Games. Variety games. Variety games. They stream over on Twitch, playing a variety of games and hanging and enjoy out with their friends. I'm so sad knowing that avocado seeds don't make avocado plants and I can't just be an avocado connoisseur. Maybe I can someday, just not today. It's okay. It'll be a good tester to see if I can even grow an avocado plant, you know? Because if I can't grow the avocado plant, how am I supposed to maintain avocados itself? So if I can take care of the plant that this avocado grows, then I'll probably be a good avocado plant mom. I think. Unless the seed's already dead, then. Whatever, sorry about it later. Bet you can put it in the Discord in my DMs. How'd it work? Dinosaur. T-Rex. Roar. Are you here? Oh. Thought you were here to crush my dreams too. Not this time, thank you. Pog. Nom nom. Alright, I think I have plenty. Video editing, V highlight. Huh? Made me do a double take and too much. Popcorn made me do a double take and too much work. What happened? What? I need more context. Okay, let me see. This one. I don't know why, but I got afraid of this one. I need more art. I would like more art. I opened it up, looked in, and then had to check the label again because all the caramel corn sank to the bottom of the bag and only cheddar was left on top, so I had to pour it out and remix it. Damn. You could have just shook it. Could have closed it and shook it. Well, in chat, I'm busy. No sweat. No sweat, no sweat, no sweat. Take your time. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to find more art. Where's brother's art? They're true alpha artist energy. Big pieces as well. I tried to shake, didn't have enough empty space in the bag for it to mix, and I'll spell good. Well, that's a good problem to have. I want more art. And the other art. Ooh, this one's kind of sick though. This one, I want this one. Alright, that's work. Okay. I stopped snacking. My stomach is full. I need to stop snacking. Blah 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 blah. I want to do the word so because I do so in a lot of them. They've shown us to their true alpha energy, artist energy, by drawing all their model art, and quite a few have big pieces as well. I need to ask ChatGPT something. stay like that. How do I end my scripts without... How do I end an outro without starting with the word so? They show them a few empty pieces as well. With all that said, be sure to check them out on their socials and show them your mighty roar. Okay, cool. God. Red electrons. YouTuber community as long as I could remember. I adore them. Of normal YouTuber standards. Have a full dinosaur model. Cool. I gotta go bathrooms. I'm gonna go bathroom really quick and then we will continue with V-Stars. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's get into the work. Okay. Upload cover image. Oh. Then we'll do Nicto stuff. Oh. I wonder if they do have a SoundCloud. But I'm curious if Nicto has music that I could use. Like if they have like a store. What the fuck? I better say following. Okay, thank you. What? 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 Okay. Okay. Where's SoundCloud? I'm gonna ask them a question. Boop. Oh. Whee. So I could. There's of the video. Okay. Cool. Okay. I need art. Ooh. Well, the art was made by the Cecil. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know their art was made by Cecil. Let me see if I can find art of them. Ooh. Ooh, I like this art. I'm gonna use this art. Alright. In the song, telling someone that you're going to be the one to break in half, that's casually... Yeah. Well, the song is called the Snack That Smiles Back. I think it's meant to be like a little weird and a little silly, but a little cute. Why do you need sea salt? What the fuck? What? Huh? I am mildly afraid. It's good news. We can finally have bees. What is happening? Vexed? What are you talking about? That was cool art, but it's not gonna fit. Nicto! Nicto, please! Oh god, he has so much cool fucking art, dude. Stop having such cool art, dude. Fuck. This one. What this one? Can I use this one? This one. Yeah. I think I need to move this V-Stars logo up. Yeah, it's based on like a bunch of snack food slogans, mostly Go Fish and Kit Kat, but I was like, Tiki, break me in half. I mean, that's just how some people do be doing, you know? That's just how some people do be doing. And I think you shouldn't judge them for that. Mama Boss? Who? What is happening? Vexed? What are you talking about? I'm proud that you made a steak. Good job. Very proud. I'm sure it tastes very yummy. But I'm going to be honest, I could not follow your string of information. I am very confused by your string of information. But I'm very proud of you nonetheless. Sorry, I had a brain rot moment. Oh no, you're fine. That's fine. As long as that's what that was, you know? Do they have a thing about them, right? A potential, oh, okay. I can't say that word. I don't know what that word means. Oh! Valid. This, gorgeously gorgeous YouTuber was invincible. Why can't I see him? I like that. And this gorgeous VTuber was created with the ever great Cecil. I did do a video on Cecil and Fox's drawing over on Twitter. Fox's drawing. Okay, cool. And then I need to download these. Wait, Elaine, I must show you this, but also I'm sorry that I must do this to you. I saw that! The Cast and Chill game came out. It's $11. It's 11% off, I think. I was looking. I'm not interested in a lot of fishing games, to be fair, because hold on, we'll go look at them. I just don't think I'm into many of them. It's like saying mustard or mango and I get activated. That's valid. 20%? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about getting it. Because I'm not into a lot of these other ones. Like, these are all, like, okay. Now, there's also a phone game. The Fishing Club 3D, eh. David the Diver, I heard, is a really good game, though. I will say that. Oh, I've always wanted to play Dredge. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Sea Fantasy. Meh, 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 meh. Intergalactic Fishing? Why is there Tetris in intergalactic fishing? Whisker Waters. Fishing Sim World? That's crazy. Ultimate Fishing Simulator 2! Nice day for fishing. I don't even know what this game is about. It's just by those people. Those people. I've had Dredge on my maybe I'll get that for 4 years. Same! Maybe it's time. Maybe instead of buying that book, that mushroom book that I wanted, I'll just buy fishing games. And I'll just make a little journal about our hiking trip. Maybe that's what I'll do. I want Cast and Chill. I want Cast and Chill and Dredge. These two are the games I want. If you really need me, that's no. No, I'm not into desktop fishing. I want the answers to everything. I don't know, because it'd be cheaper than that damn book. If I bought both, it's a charter style, I think, but more story and everything is fishing. Even the boss fights use fishing. It's Cast and Chill is more like, or Dredge is more like it's more just you go fishing and then there's eldritch things and then you have inventory management and stuff. I don't know. Free demos. Claim your free points. Free. Hold on. There's free stuff? Give me my free stuff. No. Because the rest of these are just kind of whatever. What the fuck? A fish like? It's got a bunch of mini games. Stu the Fisherman. Okay, this is how I'm going to decide. If, and this is probably not the case, if I have less than $100 on my credit card right now, I'll get the games. If I have over $100 on my credit card, I have to pay it off and then I can't get the games. That's my plan. Oh, I only wait. Games? How about one game? But what about Dredge? Dredge is on sale too. Okay, fine. I have $90 on my credit card, so that's pretty poggin. It's pretty poggin, I think. One. Fine. Hold on. Wait, I have to... Not that one. This one. I don't really want to make the... I don't really want to... 5 years. Oh my god. What about this one? Hold on, I just saw that there were new job postings on... I can show you guys. I can't even pay off my credit card yet. It's still pending. I'm gonna create a social media manager. For making me unpopular. Oh, I want to apply for this. Hold on. I'm applying for a job. It's contract, so. I can see it all. If I could, it will be a picture on my wall. It reminds me, and it's not so bad. Not so bad. Two. Oh, the requirements? Oh, this is what it has to be in the subject line. Oops. Call me and it's not so bad. So mad. The book. Close. Boop. I want to link my TikTok. Okay, that email is sent. Was there any other jobs that I liked? I don't think so. Because the rest of them are in things I don't really know. Like 2D art, 2D animation. There's a producer role, but They're only hiring in weird time zone. Okay. So I'm probably gonna get that cast and choke game because I kind of want it. Just because I kind of want it. Where is it? Pixels, I'm gonna get cast and chill, okay? I want my doggo. Wait, now that it's out, does it have the character customizer? Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait because I want the character customizer to come out. I want to play with its character customizer. Yeah, maybe I'll wait a little bit. Maybe I'll wait a little bit. I need clips. Clips. What? Oh, that's an old clip. Okay. Let's do top 30 days. This one. That's this one. I think that's actually kind of funny. I think this will be the intro. You know, in a weird way, me doing V-stars for people is also free video editing for them for a clip. So that's what I'm doing in the beginning of the videos. Oh, I have to move a VOD. So what you say is true. You'll never be the right kind of girl for you. Never be a woman. I could never be a woman. Alright. Let's do 7 days. A lot of this is just like Elden Ring content. Is that what they mostly do, is Elden Ring content? It seems like it. They have one where like maybe they're just talking to chat. Let's see, they have Oblivion remake content. I guess what you say is true. Could never be the right kind of girl for you. I could never be a woman. They also do art. Did I not know Nicto did art? This will probably be one of his. What do you have there? I think. Okay, well, to be fair, music, but I'm thinking next week on Thursdays we have a newer song. Okay, wait, hold on. 1, 2. This is true. Could never be the right. This one. This one. This one. I'm just downloading a bunch of them. Save. I love this creature. I don't know what that creature is, but I like it. Alright. V-star. -3 is 8. Yes, that's correct. I want to make sure it's like a prevalent model. I don't want it to be like a... I try my best not to have it be older models that maybe don't represent them as well anymore. What is this one? Cancel when you turn black. Do I have this one? I don't think I do. Okay, I think that's enough. Okay. Because I have okay. Use it. A quirky song that the viewer hears. Video once I'm done with it before posting. How do I download this? How do I download this? Nicto, I don't know how to download this, dude. I don't deal with SoundCloud. I don't know how to do it. Chat, you don't get to listen to the song. It's a special song. You don't get to see it. No song for chat. It is special. The special new select folder. Does this work? I hope this works. Looked like it worked. Cool. Cool. Whoa. Also say you wouldn't deny this. I would because it's not my intellectual property. Also say I am using my vids on stream. Don't bonk me! Don't bonk me! You're bonkers. It's It's not our intellectual property, so I can't show you. Just do a crime? I don't want to do a crime. I don't want to do a crime towards a person that I think is cool. I don't know how to make music. I sing songs. I don't know how to make music. Blech. No. I refuse. I refuse. Shit. Shit. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not against it. Hey, yo. Okay, maybe I can leak it. You just paint with sounds, duh. That makes sense. Share it as much. Okay, we can listen to it. Nico says that we can listen to it. I'm gonna show you guys. Nico said we can listen to it. It's so pretty! Oh shit, you guys can't hear it. Sorry. Yo, this is fire. This is actually the vibe I wish that I had for my original lore video. Dude. That's fucking sick. This is so nice. Yo, this is fire. Hey, yo. This is so Nikto vibe too. They were like, this is gonna be their new song, and I was like, Pog. I didn't mean to close that. Oh yeah, I can't wait to use that for the video. Alright, let's go to their about. What is this word? What is this word? What is this word? Checking in, how is wife? Wife is good. Wife is good. What is this word? Penitential. Penitential, what does penitential mean? Relating or expressing penitence or what the fuck does penitence mean? Oh, repenting. Got it. Hi, Shadow. Happy Monday. This music plays great. If you're okay, I need words because this penitential undead. Thank you for letting me know what the reference was, Vex. I don't feel so fish out of water. Shadow, I hope you're having a good day though. Did you have work? This penitential undead. I spelled night wrong. Hilarious moments on their stream, also beautiful melodies. That's right. That's right. Song that is currently blessing our ears. There's even one that was created by the talented Nikto, streaming often on Twitch. I can't spell. Sorry. My slow degradation of being able to spell has been really having its hold on me. I'm just curious if they have any other like about me information, I guess. Undead composer, voice actor, VTuber. Thank you for the song requests. Streaming often on Twitch. They play adventure through the lands of... Where does Elden Ring Night Reign take place? I don't remember what like the world is called. In a parallel illusion to Limgrave called Limveiled. I need these names. Give me these. Lands of Limgrave and Limveiled. This penitential undead knight creates not only hilarious moments on their stream, but also beautiful melodies. The song that is currently blessing our ears is even one that was created by the ever-talented nicktow. Streaming often on Twitch, they adventure through the lands of Limgrave and Limveiled with their friends. Welcome to the Violet and Gold congregation, bro. That's a sick ass name. Yo, what the fuck? We got cookie switchers and plenty of heretics to burn. Whoa. Okay. So, whether you're looking for a soothing voice to listen to, or someone to burn heretics with, or someone to burn heretics with, nicktows got you covered. This gorgeous VTuber was created by the ever great, the ever wonderful, talented Cecil and Fox's drawing. Cool. And then I'm just gonna mute its little nicktow. Whoa, I don't know what this song is, but the song's cool. Hold on. What? I just fucking, it's fine. I can just DM him. Huh, this is a song about chasing down a heretic? Ah! If we didn't have the song that nicktow gave us, then I would use this song, dude. A throne. It's from Halo 2. That's cool. You know, I love that you guys have so much, especially you, Vex, that you guys have so much video game knowledge, because I didn't grow up with a lot of video games as a kid. So maybe like some days I go back and I go and play those games that you guys adore, and then you guys can help me. But Elaine, isn't that backseating? Shut the fuck up. I don't know what I'm doing half the time in games. Musician Night. Elden Ring. Also, I have to do math for something. Hold on, I need to sketch it out because my brain doesn't understand. Hold on, I'll do it. Actually, I'll sketch it out after your 2 songs play, because I need to listen to a song on repeat for me to figure it out. Okay. Beep beep. Of, I dare say, the most unique designs I've seen. Years of YouTubing. Aesthetic. also incredibly talented. It's when the Arbiter, Thel Vadme, is chasing down the heretic leader Sesau Refume shortly before the Great Schism made him the heretic. Interesting. There's so many space things that have heretics in them. Like, can't the heretic be someone not associated with space? I just, like, Warhammer has heretics and Halo has heretics, and when I think of both of those, I think of space. I'm just saying. Not that one. What we're gonna do for last? I'm just gonna go here. Make sure this is all good. Okay. Where do you think Halo got it from? Yeah, but can't our heretics, but like our heretics aren't just space, right? Yeah, like a heretic can be just someone that is like someone that goes against a typical belief of something, right? Like an atheist is a heretic of a Catholicism, right? So it's like when I think of heretics, I think of like I specifically think also fun fact for the ending means that they are in charge or of them to keep Thel being in that's cool. Oh, they are in charge of their key. Oh, it started with Halo, I think. What came first? Halo. Is Halo inspired by Warhammer? While Halo and Warhammer 40k are distinct universes, there's notable influences from Warhammer on the Halo series. Specifically, the Space Marines of Warhammer 40k are considered a conceptual precursor to the Spartan super soldiers of Halo. The Iron Halo from Warhammer, a prestigious award for Space Marines, also shares similarities with the protective force field seen in Halo. Yeah. How old is Warhammer? When did Warhammer come out? I want the original 1983. Okay, it came out in 1983. And then when did Halo come out? In 2001. So roughly 18 years later? 1991. Halo was 1999. 2001, 1999. When did Halo... No, well, this is the concept. When did Halo concept come out? Oh, fucking Halo. What the fuck? Okay. So then it's only... 16 years? 16 years younger than it? Halo is 16 years younger than Warhammer? Like it seems. Oh, we're doing Did You Know Now. That's cool to know, though. I didn't know that. Oh, I have to do the thing. I gotta do the thing. Okay, so that's one. Did you know? I once talked for 2 hours straight about Halo lore off the dome. That's actually fucking sick, though. One generation, roughly. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That it's like 1 generation difference, honestly. I think I'm gonna have to do it this way. I think I'm gonna have to... Because I can't just put the shape of a sperm, I think, on the cover. I think I need to do, like this. I think I have to do it like this. I don't think I can do it any other way, because I think I might get in trouble. I forgot the AA also means keep leaders. Well, oh, that's cool. You got all that knowledge. Oh, that video game knowledge. That's really cool. I wish if I could pick a game to know as well as probably you do, I would be Doom. I wish I knew the entire lore of Doom, but I don't. Because I have a small brain. I wouldn't mind learning about it, though. I just play the old Doom games. I don't know if I could sit and play them, but I might try. Maybe I'll take after Gordy and ask if I can do a Doomathon. Without the subs. Just me playing Doom. But it could be funny if, like, enough people wanted me to play Doom that I could do a, okay guys, if we get to 20 subs, play the next Doom game. First Doom game for free. I'm also just good with Star Wars and Fallout. Just as good with Star Wars and Fallout. Aw, that's awesome because Pixels and Mew, my lovelies, both like Star Wars as well. I'm starting to get into Star Wars, but some of it goes over my head, but I'm learning slowly. Okay, now we gotta look up sperm shapes. Sperm shapes. Yo, dog. Your sperm. What did I say? Fuck, what did I say? Yo, dog, your sperm look mad weird. That's right. Sperm can have different shapes and vary in slowly bringing it, very slowly. Bitches call me the Autismo the Great. I'm bitches. Fuck yeah. You're Autismo the Great. I like it. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm learning about sperm shapes. This is a lot. I kind of want... Where's the other one? I want one that's not, like, so big. There was, like, a simple one that we were looking at earlier. Mid-piece defects, tail defects, and head... Wait, can they... Okay, so they have, like, 3... Okay. That's right. Sperm can have different shapes and vary in... And have... abnormalities... in 3 different areas. That's right. Sperm can have different shapes and shapes can have Yo, dog, your sperm look mad weird. That's right. Sperm can have abnormalities in 3 different areas. This includes mid-piece, tail, and head defects. This includes mid-tail, head. What is it? Mid-tail? Mid-piece and tail. Mid-piece and tail defect. Have anomalies in 3 different areas. Different areas such as head, mid-piece, and tail. Okay, wait, I gotta read this article. How is male fertility tested? How is morphology assessed? To assess... the most common male fertility test is a semen analysis. These tests measure many qualities of the sperm and semen, the fluid in which sperm are contained. The most important are these sperm count. Okay. To assess sperm morphology, the sperm are examined under a microscope, and the percentage of abnormally shaped sperm is reported. It is important to note that all male patients produce abnormal sperm, and as many as half of the sperm in a normal semen sample are abnormally shaped. Sperm morphology is assessed under 2 sets of characteristics. Kruger criteria are strict and consider minute irregularities as normal. Who criteria are more lenient and do not classify as many sperm as normal. It is important to know which criteria are used since normal ranges can be different. What is morphologically normal sperm? Okay. Can abnormally sperm shape fertilize an egg? As it can. Some patients with abnormally shaped sperm may have no trouble causing a pregnancy. However, having a higher number of abnormally shaped sperm has been associated with decreased fertility in studies. Usually, higher numbers of abnormally shaped sperm are associated with other sperm irregularities such as low count or motility. No one is exactly sure why the sperm shape matters. Patients with abnormally shaped sperm tend to have more trouble causing pregnancy. We cannot say sure whether the difficulty is caused by the shape or itself or by the abnormalities of the sperm within the semen. If IVF planting, maybe, high risk of genetic abnormalities, there's no none. Okay. That's right. Sperm can have abnormalities in 3 different areas: head, midpiece, and tail. For the most, maybe next time you think that a little quirky, maybe wonder if instead your origin. So maybe next time you think that you're living, more wonder instead if your origin seed is just as quirky as you are. Okay, I gotta do a thing really quick because I gotta know. I want to make a lore video, but I don't know how many pages it's gonna be, so let me do that. I'll go repeat so I can think. Okay. My favorite non-canon moment, mine is Han Solo dying on Earth and being found as Indiana Jones is fucking. That's insane! I believe it. I believe it. One arc into another arc. Okay. One. Sleep. Pan to moon. Windows. In the dark of the sea. I need to look at Kiwi's thing. For me, I will wait at the shore for you. I will gather each star flying by till they return to the snow. Sleep in barn. Pan to moon, windows opening. Ghost lane. I will weather the storm for you. I will weather heat storm for you. I will wave you. Go to the dream world, achieve a link if you off an adventure. Goes down. Go to the dream world. It's like teach. To dreams. Teach. Gobbo. Read. Read, and then this will be 2. Or yeah, this is 2, and then this is like yeah. So dreams read to Gobbo. Eat with pixels. Comforting friend. In the dust in the dark of the sea, look for me. Ghost lane tossed into the sea. Eyes scared fish or like open eyes scared drowning change face just cashed out. Whoa, nice Vex, I'm so proud of you. Let's go, money. To shock sees light wake up into empty barn by the light. Looks around 10 meets BLT. Between the ones and then meets BLT. They build on in deep lost the dust in the dark of the sea. Look for me. I need the end of the song really quick. I will fade at the storm. I will weather a storm for you. I think fall into bed. So young, BLT, Moira, and then it fade to black. Okay, so Elaine falling asleep in the barn. Okay, so so now we gotta like take this and we gotta break it down. So Elaine falling asleep in barn would just be, I think I need a new thing for this. Create document setup. Let me sing you to sleep. Moonlightness comes out of dolphin dream. I wondered, you out there in the deep. There's the wind on the waves. Hunter is calling, so go and be brave. You are lost in the dark of the sea. Look for me. I will. Okay, so she's falling asleep in the barn. And then I kind of want We can do like another shot. Pan to the moon, windows opening. And then we'd have... Darling, look for the light. I will wait at the store for you. I will the store for you. I will save you for the night. I'm thinking Lane falls asleep. The window's open, so we could do it like that. So let's do it like that. Look for the light. Flip it. No, flip it. No, flip it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's like Elaine's falling asleep. So my favorite when I was a kid was the book series about Obi-Wan's journey to the Qui-Gon's apprentice. That series is one of the legends that sticks out to me. Also have an addiction to all spaceship teardowns and cross sections. These are cute. Night has come, off to a dream. Actually, no, it should be flip this. Elaine's falling asleep. Hold on. Typical comic book page size. Lost in the dark of the sea, look for me. 10.25. 6.625. Starring my down. Is it 6.625? All I love is a lighthouse. Great, okay. Darling, look for the light. I will wait at the storm for you. I will weather each storm for you. I will. No, okay. Let me scoot this over here. Okay, so Elaine falling asleep in the barn. And then we'd go to the windows and they'd open to the moon. And then we pan up to the moon. Pan up to the moon. And then going to the moon. And then we'd have 3 separate comic book images. Like a 3 section? I want to do like a 3 section, I think. They sing you to sleep. It's come out of dawn. A dream. I left them away. Under waiting you in the deep. Okay, and then lost in the dark of the sea, look for me. I will weather the shore for you. I will weather each storm for you. To the storm for you. Weather each storm for you. I will wait for you. I think. So she's falling asleep. The window's open. She shows the moon. So this would be page 1. Enter the opening. Okay, so this is all one page. Might change how I lay it out though, so it's like maybe we could do it like this, right? And then you out there in the deep fiddle leaves the window waves. Winter is calling, so go and be brave. Lost in the dark of the sea. Look for me. I will weather the shore. I will. Y'all are gonna get so sick of this song by the time I debut. I can't wait. I think I like this for page 1. Look for the light. And then she gets tossed in the sea, which I think would just be... This would go up here. I want this color to be this color. Yeah, she gets dropped into the ocean. And then she opens her eyes and she's also in the sea. Tossed into the sea. And then she's like, I'm so spooked. I'm so scared. On these guys. She's like, oh no, I got tossed into the ocean. And she's spooked. We sing endlessly. One night in time, I went off to a dream. Above the way, wonders waiting you out there. And deep. The little one takes the wind. And she like opens her eyes. And she's afeared. You know, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it. Okay, she's like falling into the ocean. Or the water, and then she feels like she's drowning. Hi, thank you, Raina, for the wellness check. She's drowning. She feels like she can't breathe. She's getting swallowed. Do I like the way that that's formatted, though? Darling, look for the light. I think I want this to be differently. So she's like drowning. We will the shore. maybe we do like this, where it's like, so she's falling and she's getting pulled into the ocean and she's scared, so she's like huddling, so she's like, okay, and then it's like, look for the light, and then she opens her eyes and she sees the light, right? And then I need like a spacer bar. Spacer bar. And then I need like a safety frame as well. One, let me sing you to sleep. It's come so drift. You out there, you will keep. She's calling so brave. If you get lost in the dark of the sea, look for me. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. My pharmacy is closing. Okay, so apparently I have now learned that my pharmacy is closing because I was calling them today and I had to keep hanging up because they kept being like, where are the CVS? And I'm like, I don't go to CVS, I go to Rite Aid. And they're like, we're going to where's CVS? And I'm like, this doesn't feel right. And so I still left all the proper messages and stuff because I just wasn't sure what's happening, right? And so I call them and they're like, hey, just a heads up, Rite Aids are closing. I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, but what am I supposed to do about that? And they're like, well, they were supposed to close on Friday of last week, all of them. I was like, okay, what does this mean for my prescription? It's like, well, technically all prescriptions will be going to us because we're the closest pharmacy. I was like, okay, cool. But because the Rite Aid has delayed closing, I now have to go to Rite Aid and be like, yo, do you have my prescriptions or not? And then if they don't, I then have to go to CVS. I have to call CVS and be like, hey, they won't give me my prescription. I need you guys to tell my doctor that you guys are taking my prescription. And then I'm like, and then I'll get sorted out. So I have to physically go. I have to physically go to Rite Aid at some point this week because I know that their website is down. I know for a fact that their website is down because when I called, they're like, yeah, no, the things are down. And I was like, okay, well, what do I do about it? Like, just call them. And I was like, okay, that sounds good. And so I called them. Okay, cool. Good thing I'm adulting. We can make that happen. Yeah, I know. I was just like, wouldn't they send emails about that? Shouldn't they send emails about this? Shouldn't they be sending emails about how they're closing the pharmacy? My sister had a baby. Sorry. Whenever I talk in that small voice, I think of that meme where they're like, and then my sister had a baby, and then from, I think it was Shark Tales that had that. I don't remember. Okay. Back to this madness. This comes of drift. Wonders waiting. It's okay. Meryl Streep is here to protect us. Little wonders. If you get lost in the dark of the sea, look for me. Does this look right? I want it to be different. I want it to be flipped. So, fuck, it took away the gradient. If you return from the night, love is a lighthouse. Darling, darling, look for the light. Okay, so I'm falling into the water. I'm drowning and I'm suffocating and I don't feel great. And then I become small and things are surrounding me. And then here I can't get over that I'm like trying to do my lore, but I also have sperm information open because I need that for the video. Darling, look for the light. Okay, so I have this section done. Turns on the ghost, open sea sounding, faces talk, sees light, 4 to 7 is done. And I wake up to an empty barn. So the eyes, I'm drowning, and then I open my eyes, right? I'm drift off through a dream. I almost feel like this should be 3 panels. Like eyes closed, and then opening, and then there's light. Let's see. Yeah, okay. But should it be flipped? Yeah, it should be flipped, okay. And then this is gonna page 3. Okay, and then what's next? I wake up to an empty barn. So we could have like that one. For the light. It would be these two. I want these 2 panels. So these 2 panels, like I'm up, I look at the barn, and then there's the doorway, and then there's BLT. And then they build the barn, which would be, I think 3 again. So let's just take these ones and then rotate it. So we have the 3 again. And then they fall into the bed. Honestly, this would be perfect. 3 pages, I think. So if I remember, I think that's $100 if I remember. I'll go back to my DMs with my artist and ask. Not ask, but just check. One page because of the difference of detail, so I charge 40 per page. Black and white because this is mostly effects with not much characters. Panel for the same reason. So you see, this is one color hedge on top of one. Dark of the sea, look for me. Okay. Wait at the store for you, I will. Whether each storm running down. Okay. Now I have to do the blocking, because I can. Look for the love. This is page 3. This is page 1. The song. I thought of something so cute. Okay. I thought of an idea. I guess like this. Let me sing you to sleep. Just come to drift off. So she's like falling asleep. I'm trying to think. She's falling asleep. I want a more zoomed out, like POV. Like this. Sleep window. And then focus on this. How long ago was the video? No. Maybe something more like this. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I like that. And then get lost, the dust in the dark of the sea. I don't know if I have a picture of the windows. Let me get a picture of the windows. I will wait at the shore for you. I will weather each storm for you by till safe for you to turn from the night. We have a moon. This one, I like this one. It's gonna be super jank, but I want it. Like Tinkerbell in a way. It's gonna be so jank. It's fine. It'll get the point across. I just like how she looks in this. It's like hard to explain. Let's be bigger. I'm off work. Thank fuck. Nice. I don't know how to explain that. I essentially just want this, but not. Darling, look for the light. This is so hard to do. Okay, anywho, I'll just clip it. I'm just gonna clip it. There, and it's like this, and it's like she goes to the thing, and then this goes in here, and different memories. Teaching someone to read. Okay, and then eating together. And then the last one is Did I save this? Did I save this so I can close this? Like, it's distracting the shit out of me. I did not. 3 save, okay. Look for me. I will wait at the store. I will. Where did I put my old lore information? Because there's probably references in that I want. From the night. My God. Kind of. Honestly, cancel. Let's go to this one. Just like this again. Yeah, we use the refresh again for this one. And go in this one in here. And do that in there. I just realized this image doesn't have my tail in it. sing you to sleep. Let's tries to ask. How do I want to do this? Look for me. I will wait for the storm for you. I will weather each storm by till safe you return from the night. Let me just recopy the whole thing again. Darling, darling, look for the love. This one. And then this was the first panel, and then the next panel is a shock. Hi, Moira. And this one, and this one, and this one, and then flip, and take this, put this in here. And do this thing. Yeah, I want a fetal position. Copy this. What's up? Do you see DMs? What about my DMs? Oh, baby, no! Hi, Ren! Welcome on in! Hi! How was Blueprints? Oh my god, I've been wanting to play that game. How was Blueprints? Please tell me about it. If you guys are having a great day, please let me know. I am currently working on lore stuff. I'm trying to plan out a lore comic. And yeah. But how was your stream? How was Blueprints? Please feel free to tell me about it. If you do need to get an after stream care, feel free to do so though. For those of you new here, hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm the whiplash of VTubers. We could be doing video editing 1 second, the next second we're listening to a song on repeat because I had to figure out how to do a lore video. But yeah, I hope you stay comfy cozy, and I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much again for the raid. I'm trying to find anime references for things that I need. Like this one maybe, and like do this one. Oops. No. Go in here. So big news, I got interviewed by A&A Valens. Fuck yeah. I don't know who that is, but I think that they're good. Goob? Poggin? Poggin? I'm proud of you. Oh, that's cool. Nice. My goddamn Vice article. That's cool. Good job. Poggin. Very proud. Good job. Nice. I gotta head out family time. No problem. Have a great family time. Yeah, it's really cool. That's Poggin. Yeah, I know a lot of anti-ice stuff. No King's Day went on yesterday, I believe. So that's cool. Very Poggin. Very proud of you. In the thick of it. And a sudden light shines on him. I think I'm just gonna steal the one I have from here, right? So it's like this one, and then this one, and then god damn it, and then this. Oh fuck. Wait, let's do this in the next one. Like she's crying. She's crying in the darkness. She's crying in the darkness. Adventurous colors of gold. Look for me. And then surprised with tears. Anime surprised with tears. Look for the love. I don't really want her. Like, you know, like I want a different one. Like hopeful crying. Hopeful tears, maybe? You like this one, I guess? I don't like this one. Yeah, like this. She's looking like up at the light. Right? So there's a lot of like face angles, you know? What is this? This is unnecessary. Okay. And then the last page is building toggle. Fuck. Just in the toggle. Did I never do like the... Let me do it to world. Print screen and this way. And then right there. The barn. Oh, I think I have to split this into 3. She wakes up, right? Because she sees the light, and then she wakes up. And then there's the barn. And she wakes up. Oh, okay, wait, no, my brain understands. This one? Let me sing you to sleep. There you go. No, yeah, I'm right. The wonders waiting you out there. Toast. The person wake up. She had a picture of the window. Darling, for page 2, page 1. This one, this one, this one, this one. World, and then this opens. And this opens. And so do these ones. Okay, and then need Tink. Or Tinkerbell. But then I kind of want BLT, Soyoung, and Moira to be peeking out because they're all in that term of like found family, I think. He'll be at the top. And then Moira. Oh God. There we go. And this one, and this one. And then BLT stream. BLT, TTS. Hi, Mo. Eyes. I want actually. Let's flip this one. Yeah. They don't swing. And that. And then. What's he trying to catch? Oh. I don't like how far outstretched the arms are. And then we can have accidentally got painted on self. I'm about to paint mishap. And then honestly, I'd use my own art as reference. Stream. Alright, now I gotta save this. actually. My favorite bread is the edible kind, but to be specific, cinnamon raisin. Oh, cinnamon raisin sounds so good. I used to love cinnamon raisin bread for breakfast. Sewing. By hand. Sewing by hand. Person sewing by hand. Yeah, I like this idea more. Cat eat. Actually, let's just do this here, and then while you're here, and then this. I need to come in and say my favorite bread is classic French bread. Good choice, good choice. Thank you for stopping by. Always happy to see your face around. It's done, Chad. I did it. I did it. I made my lore. We can stop listening to the song now. Sorry. I don't want to listen to the song. Okay. Pog. Stream. Where do I even put the lore folder? Where is even my lore folder? This is stream lore. What the fuck? What? No, it's not. I go for French. Totally go for a fresh loaf of French bread. We had some of that for breakfast. Yeah, it's really good. Open folder location. Okay, this. Oh, stop. Needs to go here. Or version 2. Just a whole ass loaf. Hell yeah. We got a whole ass loaf at the store. Okay, so like y'all ever go to the Walmart and grab a fresh one and just nom it all? I haven't ate a whole bread. Usually Pixels makes me eat it with something else. V2 page 1. Page 2. And page 3, which I think I want to make this all black and white. Yeah. Except for the Tinkerbell area. I need a moon, fuck. Moon. More moon. Let me pan it in closer. Yeah, and then book, the book, the food. You don't need it to be. I think I have to put Tinkerbell in each location so that way it makes more sense. I think I want like her to be. I think that's fine. Let's take this guy, put him in here, delete. I think that's fine. Like the eyes. And the eyes. And this guy. Which stay in the frame. And then like you. And no, they can be black and white. Think of the head pads. Wrench. PNG. Or let's do hammer PNG actually. It's not a PNG, screams. Hammer. And then hammer. Like paint. And then like the outfit. And then I'm gonna ask Tell how much it would be to get BLT in this. You'll just disappear. Listen. Save. Or note. Nope. I can close all these. Okay, cool. Nope. Nope. Okay. I just gotta do some quick things. And then I'm gonna message one other person. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, Kiwi. I'm doing lore stuff inspired by the stuffy stuff that we talked about. It's not really a secret. I literally was just working on it on stream, so it's really not that big of a secret. Window, don't save. Is that moo cow grazing the fields I see? Always. I'm always grazing them fields. That's what I'm gonna name Friday's stream. Grazing them fields. If you saw, I did. I can send you my very hastily drawn notes and my very piss poor comic idea. Hold on. I keep forgetting because I moved. I don't know if any of it will make sense, but have fun. That's what I have. And I'm going to ask the artist how much, because I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna be real. Let's have a real talk. We'll have a real talk real quick, okay? Okay, maybe let's not have sperm behind us. Okay, I'm trying to do my best to a lot of things by myself. Whether that's rigging a TTS mascot, whether that's making my overlay, whether that's making my background, whether that's a bunch of stuff. And while I do believe that I could potentially make my lore comic, I don't know if I can without giving myself so much anxiety that I die. So I'm going to ask for help from you guys and from an artist that I worked with in the past. Sorry about the sperm. So I've asked them if I could get a quote so that I can save up and maybe we could all put money towards it together and I can animate it and I can show the animation process on stream and it'll be super cool and I'll be super transparent about the whole process so you guys can see it come to life. But I'm not comfortable with doing it by myself. And while I do think I am capable of doing it, I don't want it to be the reason why I never debut. Thank you. Thanks. It's a lot of anime. Wait, did I send it in the right order? I did. That's how I did my first one. The first one was a lot more anime. I didn't take from real life as much. I can show you the references for my first one. Hold on. Was it an idea? Yeah, my first one was only 2 pages. So those were like my references. But now our new one is a bit more complicated. So, but like I'm really excited for it because it really, I think it's open-ended enough that I could have my beginning lore either stay the same or be different, or I could do whatever the fuck I want with it. Because I like this. What we've created, Kiwi, I like it a lot. I think it is a good explanation of why the barn exists and why it is the way that it is. It's a big project, so you shouldn't overwhelm yourself when trying to do it all alone. Thank you. I think a lot of it will be timed to the song, I think is my plan, because I see a lot of it in my mind with the song. I would like to put it on my throne as a as like a goal. Speaking on my throne, I'm too poor and I can't buy my mushroom books. I'm putting my mushroom book on my throne. And if anybody wants to buy me this mushroom book, I love you. But you don't have to. I'm just putting it on here because I want the mushroom book eventually, even if I don't get it in time for the hiking trip. Mushroom book. It's specifically about the Pacific Northwest, which is cool. The fuck? Book. But yeah, my plan. It's even cheaper here, actually. That's crazy. Damn. I'll put a link to this book. The ebook. I don't want the ebook. I want the hardback book. Oh, that's why it's cheaper. Fries. Flexibound? What is flexibound? What's the difference between flexibound versus paper? I tried going to the beat of the song when I plotted out the. I was planning about 150 words if it was all written out, which is about 2.5 minute read. It's not bad. That's not bad. I kind of took what you took. I made it into super just noted, and then I made it into a comic. What is flexibound? What is for the fuck is flexibound books? Flexibound, a visual guide. I think I want flexibound. That's what I think I would like. Is a flexibound book. There's no images on it. Okay. Amazon. Go on hike. You want a book. I want to make field journal of mushrooms. I don't. What am I doing? Okay. Alright. We're good now. Actually, I need to tell that BLT can be much, much smaller. Because I have an idea to mix two of my favorite comms. It'd be a good idea. Alright, back to sperm shapes. Back to what we were doing before I decided I needed to do my lore stuff. I'm not even done with my lore stuff either. That was just the I have to do the notations on it too. Because that's what I did on the first one. Because I'm very particular about how it's done. It's okay, we'll do it after. We will do it after. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me, sickening the air I'm breathing. Quirky. Abnormal. Interesting. I'm going to be totally honest. I didn't know this was a thing, and I learned about this right before editing the video on it. That's right. Sperm can have abnormalities in 3 different areas, such as the head, midpiece, and tail. Parts can be lopsided, bendy, or even dual-headed. Parts can become lopsided, twisty, or even dual-headed. Ain't that strange? Ain't that strange? Though those little swimmers can be abnormal, they, however, don't have any scientific proof of whether they affect comes of it. Even though those little swimmers can be abnormal, they, however, don't have scientific, they, however, function normally. There is also no scientific proof that they affect like, have two heads if the swimmers do. Stop, Kiwi, don't cancel me. I didn't, I'm not gonna say anything. For being a goofy floof. I am a goofy floof. Please, please, please. You wouldn't bully on autistic goofy floof. Please. Sorry, baby. Sorry, baby. I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry. My cat's suffocating my computer. Yo, dog, your spam look... Bless you! Yo, dog, your sperm look mad weird. That's right, sperm can have anomalies in 3 different areas such as head, mid-piece, and tail. Parts can become lopsided, twisty, or even dual-headed. Ain't that strange? Even though these little swimmers can be abnormal, they, however, function normally. Can look abnormal. They, however, function normally. Is it bullying if we're both autistic or just autistic humor? Probably the latter. Probably the latter. They also have no scientific proof of whether they affect the fetus that comes of it. Like, you won't have 2 heads if the swimmers do. So, maybe next time you think that you're a little quirky, maybe wonder if instead, if your origin seed was just as, Oh, I wish Radioactive Banana came out and sperm shapes came first, because then it could have been a dad joke thing. Because sperm can have different shapes, did you know? Wait, did you know? Did you know that your sperm looks mad weird? That's right, sperm. Yep, we're good. I need a high quality image of a sperm from Canva. Baby. Don't question my science. It's all for the education of the people. I should have it have a little face! Yeah! Blood can too. The body is fascinating and gross. It is, but are you gonna tell me that you would listen to a video about me talking about blood being abnormal, or would you rather listen to a video about sperm being abnormal? You see? You see? Oh, it got so much scarier. Okay. I kind of wanted a creepy one. Okay, page. I can tell you which one would get more views. Fuck yeah, brother. See, we're on the same page. flip horizontal. I want this to be red. And then text. Head. Can this have effects too? Oh. Wait. Stop. Okay, cool. Head. Mid piece. A lot of noise happening underneath me. Don't quite like it. And tail. And we can duplicate page and duplicate page. So then it would be head, mid piece. Can't there be more parts? I wish there were 4 parts so I could do head, something, mid piece, tail, mid piece, tail. Is that weird? Sorry if that was weird. Sorry, guys. Love you guys. Here's my check-in. Hi. I'm doing good. I am talking about sperm. Example. We were doing lore video stuff, now I'm talking about sperm. Again. That's right. Got it. Yep. Love you. Smile. Thank you, wife. I will talk about that sperm and their weird shapes. Thank you. I will do my best. Eyes can become lopsided. It did not, but it's relevant, so gotta allow it. Oh, this is like a good picture. Like, I want this picture. Save image as. Oh, it's a WebP. Fuck off. Okay. Even though those little swimmers can look at. Okay, and then we gotta have. Okay, check back later. Bye. Mwah. Swim. I want him to go like across the screen. That one's using a diving board. I like it. Hold on. Okay, and then that's right. Even though the swimmers can look abnormal, they function normally. That's right. Even though those swimmers can look abnormal, let's do like spooky, maybe spooky. Can we make it white? Ew. Okay, yeah, dude. What was the script? So even though those little swimmers can look abnormal, let's do it like a cap. Like a cap. Swim cap. Even though the swimmers can look abnormal. Swimmer. okay sign. Sign with okay. Sign. Oh, for you. Do it the other way. Normal swim. So even though those little swimmers can look underwood, they however function normally. They also have no scientific proof that they affect what comes of it. And then we can take this guy. And then let's go back. Lady. And then a heart. And a little heart. And cool. Gremlin. Goblin. Alien. Monster. Make like a little tiny baby, and then Binky. I need Binkies. Binky. Pacifier. And a pink one. And then I need an X. This is so weird. Duplicate, and then it's gotta have.
Is this how babies are made? Papa Pixels
Yeah.
told me there was a stork, and Uncle Boof told me about a hug without clothes.
A what? Hug with. Okay, well, you don't really need to understand how babies are made, first of all, chat. I think. Technically, I actually think you should already know how babies are born, if in my opinion. But, you know what? Close enough. You know what? In my opinion, close enough. Okay, that one, and then duplicate. Oh, it's Control D. Okay, so this one, and then this one, and then the babies don't exist. And then this one, the heart exists. And then this one, the babies exist. And then this one happens. And instead, this one happens. And then Control D, and we do correct. Oh. Correct. And we do a little correct on the baby. That's how it is. Download. Snakes like you. Ooh, Kiwi, that Mongolian beef look good. Average made. And then I want one where it's like thinking. Beeping. I like this old guy. Is this representation you me a monster fucker? No, it was a representation how abnormal sperm does not make abnormal babies. If I was doing it, I would have done it the other way around, you know? I would have been like, this is good. Mean nothing but to take it out because I like the way it sounds. 3, 4, 5, 6 vids. What? Oh, it made it one video. That's fine. Sperm EX1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think that's everything I need. I think so. Me nothing. Wait. Sound. Alright, roll for fun time. And to do roll for fun time, we're gonna have to play a game. So we're gonna go do that. Actually, let me do the stuff for it. Rose, rose, 32. I'm just gonna name these 32 and 32. And then we're gonna name this 31. Still take you is mine. I need to change that in here too, huh? 31. Oops. 31. 32. All for fun. 31. Let's go with 31. Save. Close. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I need to go to the restroom really quick, and then we're gonna play Glitch Banker. So, I'll be back! Oh my god, is that a 2-for-1 vocal stim that I see? Have my eyes laid upon a 2-for-1 special? I really need to write that in the thing. I don't think my Adderall's working today. I'm like all over the place. Okay,
That's my purse! I don't know you!
I don't know you! Yippee! Yippee! Okay, let me write that in my channel points. I don't think it's gonna do it the way I want it to format it, but that's okay. Edit. 1 out of 25 is such a lie. Sound clips, vocal stems, OGG. 49. We'll say 50 plus. If you're the first, you get 2 for 1. Okay. Oh, baby, sweet as can be. I want to do adding some more vocal stems later, but let's see. I did all these. These all went well, right? Just making sure. Yep. Pretty good. Okay. Actually, let me look at the statistics on this video. People are staying until the 2-second point. Really? Okay, they're staying until the 2-second mark on that video. We go to the last club clippings video. They're staying until 2 seconds still. Average watch time is 6.8 seconds so far, whereas this one, which the analytics will be skewed because I'm not waiting 3 days, is 4.3 seconds. 7.8 watch the full video though. Hold on. Hey, look at them side by side. Oh, my baby. Profile. Cause I feel I guess I have to wait because watched full video is 7.8, but it's 17.8 on this one. But I waited a few days till it died out, so I think I just have to wait to know if that new format of just it being 1 clip per is better. It does help longevity for my stuff, but I don't know if it actually is going to help anything else. Toasted whole grain, but oh wait. Why Bornt? Alright. More stuff in here. Uno reverse card. This is Democracy Manifest. There was another comment. I believe that they have their card in their bio. Let me check. It's on VGen, isn't it? have their comms listed on their VGen. No reason my heart's racing. No why, but I keep chasing. Alright, time for to play Glitch Blinker. What is that about, you may ask? We'll find out. I saw one TikTok about it, and I was like, I have to play this game. And then I found out that I could play the game. And also that my headset's starting. Cool. Studio mode. Screen. Oh, not that one. Nope. Character specific window. Studio mode, okay. Full screen, okay. And now we're gonna try out Glitch Blinker. I hope I get a full screen for this, because they said if I cover it, I might, and I want to. Done. Okay. Saga so far. As a 12-year-old gamer in the 90s, your curiosity was ignited when your mom brought home a new game you weren't allowed to play. Big Booty Slapper 6. It beckons to you. Why is it off limits? What secrets does it hold? Isn't spanking butts a punishment? So many questions, and they need to be answered. So you waited. You waited long hours until your parents were deep asleep. Then with the stealth of a ninja, you retrieved the game and set it up in the sanctuary of your bedroom. As the computer hummed to life, anticipation mingled with a strange sense of dread. Finally, your questions might be answered. But why do you have such a bad feeling about it? Okay, can I... Oh, I love this. I already love this. Off, please. Motion blur off. On. Frame cap, none. Let's do epic. I want this all to be epic. Oh. Yes. Oh, there you go. Epic. Awesome. Epic. Spunk intelligence into smirt. Okay. I love this. It's like 3D pixel art. Me and my dad riding a train in the mall when I was little. Called to talk to a real lonely plumber. 1-800-plumber for me. One of my favorite drinks. It tastes like they sweeten the sugar, and that makes my teeth hurt so good. Photo of a stupid creepy pumpkin my dad found. Now he hides it around the house. It's in the bathroom right now, facing the toilet. Interesting. I love my Super Nintendo voxels. I know, I love it. I love it so much. There's not many games that are just built like this. Or I guess to this scale, I feel like in voxels. I feel like voxel games are like much, much smaller. I hope mom does my laundry soon. That's crazy. Calf knife. What does that say? Brawl club. My little sister paid me $1 to clean her room. Aww. Me at my first art show. Plump fiction. Lazy eye. A funny mask I got from a garage sale. This chin is squishy. It looks like a ball sack, bro. Immortal Kombat. Get over here, Undying. Donkey Konga. Plumma Pal 69 is crazy. Can I turn the light up? Fuck yeah, bro. What? An old fart lick clock. From my grandma. I do be ballin'. Well, I mean, like, I just don't see games of voxels of this size, I guess is what I mean. Where it's kind of like small enough to add detail, but not big enough that everything feels like it's blocky. I don't want to play on the computer just yet. Look, it's a dog bowl. I wonder where my cat Fugglepuss is. Fugglepuss? Jesus, why'd you name him Fugglepuss? My spurt gun I use on my friends. What did you fill it with? We can't jump in this game. Okay. We gotta turn the lights off, obviously. Space and X to zoom in.
Welcome to Big Booty Slappers.
Oh. Painframe OS, your Booty Slapper 6 EXE has ran into a problem and needs to restart. A new app has been installed. Would you like to restart Booty Slapper 6 with a glitch spanker EXE? Yes. Dad crying .wave is crazy. Dire flatulence cheat codes. Drawings. Alright, well, I guess that's downloading. It's trash day, but I'm a bit lazy today. Well, every day. 7:30 p.m. What's on the TV? Call now 1-800-555-035. Instant mullet wig. Business in the front, party in the back. Wait, what did that? Oh. Oh wait, no, that was right. I'm pretty sure this is right. What? Oh my god, what am I doing? What is happening? Okay, just let me think. What's happening? Okay, I got it. What's happening? Guys, I think I'm downloading a virus on my computer. Restart. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Hello? What are you doing? Don't yell at me! You spanked a virus? Spank count? Average breath count 4.8. Code package delete 324. What the fuck? You can spank. You can visit Spanker HQ to. Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Was I not supposed to slap that guy? Well, what you doing? Oh, am I supposed to spank all of this? Are these all bad? Critical. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to continue. Okay.
What was that? Who are you? Did you just spank me?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I love breaking shit. Are you bad? I'm spanking you. Spanking it all.
What in the fuck?
You win. Oh, so I have to keep finding him. Okay. I thought I was just kind of having
What
fun
is
breaking.
wrong with you, man? That thing hurts. Who sent you?
I don't know. Oh, that's not it? Oh, where are you now? Are you in here? It's like hide and seek. Are you in here? No? I'll find you. Stop screaming at me. He's getting sneaky, huh? He is. Find and spank the virus. Okay, I want to see if I can do it like first try. Is it you? Nope. You. Security camera. No. No. Is it the fan? It wasn't the fan. Is it you? Is it the
Ah,
couch?
you missed me. Oh wait, no you didn't. Ah!
You missed me. No, you didn't. Continue.
Oh,
God.
It's you. Who would have guessed?
I can't jump now. Fucking get the shit out of here, man. I can't move. Get the fuck out of here, guys. I'm break everything.
Notice
I'm gonna
that
break
breaking-
everything.
Down here, it's all code, Toots. Everything you break on your way to murder me only breaks your precious booty slapping game more.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. Oh, fucking. Alright, well, some things are unnecessary.
Ouch!
Ya bitch. Stop. Things may be getting interesting. Okay, so I have to be careful because the more
Look,
things I
man,
break.
You don't know me. You look at me and think, ew, that guy's freaking ugly. I gotta kill it.
Yeah, a little bit.
I understand. I do. I think the same every morning when I look in the mirror.
Oh, that's
But
unfortunate.
I promise you, I'm not all bad. Just get to know me. Maybe we stop
No.
the spanking, stop
No.
the attempted murder, see
No.
where things go. Maybe have
Critical
some adventures.
spankage.
Maybe some
I'd like
romance.
Romance?
love.
What the fuck, are you weird?
Have my first kiss. My first friend. My first consensual spank. Yeah. So, like, go through the friend door. Let's see where things go.
Okay. I wouldn't mind being friends. Great news, you unlock free cam. Press C to enter and exit free cam mode. It pauses time and helps you look around. Good for some screenshots too. Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cool. Days, months, years waiting on a friend. Damn! Holy shit! Okay, I don't think I can... Do I have to go this way and then... Yeah, I have to go all the way around.
I'll be honest.
Okay.
I didn't think you'd pick the friend door. I've never had someone who's wanted to. I learned at a young age to never trust anyone. Come close and hear my pitiful tale.
Okay.
I was born into this world by random chance. Explosions, chaos, death. Universes created and destroyed. I don't really remember any of it, but that's how I imagine it. It sounds awesome. Out of the darkness, I was formed from emptiness and hunger. All I knew was to eat. So I ate. Whatever. After enough eating, I began to realize my food had, like, patterns and stuff. I learned language, stories, emotions,
This is how exactly
loneliness.
how I think it is.
Whenever the food was all gone, I'd go to sleep and wake up somewhere else. Eventually, I realized I was in different games, eating their code.
This is the third of his name.
I tried to contact the players that were playing the game that I was eating. Long story short, they hated me.
Well, yeah, you're a virus. That's kind of how it is.
Hurt me.
Yeah.
Me.
That makes
Capture
sense.
me.
Yes.
Thousands of people over the last few decades. Not a single one has tried to be my friend. Until you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a pretty understanding person. At least I try to be.
So now I have a friend. My best friend. I have
I wouldn't say that we're
stories to tell you.
I don't know if we're best friends just yet.
I'm so excited. Okay, enough of my sad, pitiful, ugly little life.
Okay.
Let's do something fun.
Okay. What do you want to do? Oh, okay. He really likes it. He does, but that's okay.
Okay, let's do something crazy. Let's try not spanking me.
But
try breaking everything except for me.
But if I break everything else, you're gonna break my game.
So crazy. I've never done anything like this. I'm trusting you.
Don't giggle, bro. It's weird. Oh, I don't know which one you want. Is he? I'm guessing. Oh wait, okay, hold on. I think I gotta put both headphones on. I can't tell which one he is. Are you this one? Oh no, I found him. Okay. Every time he talks, something happens. Okay. His giggle is so weird. It reminds me of fucking... What's his name? Flapjack from Misadventures of Flapjack. There. You better not have heard. I didn't! I didn't.
Wow! It's all so big. This is how it feels to be me. So small. So powerless. This is like a metaphor.
I love the noise this little slapper thing makes.
Alliteration. Maybe a simile? Ah, I don't know. It's a something. This is how I feel. Joan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Break all the items, okay. Break. Break, damn you, break! Break! Oh, it's like much harder to break things because I'm so tiny. It's okay, this is normal Elaine POV. I'm used to this.
This is how it feels. It's so hard to do anything with the world against you. So small.
Can you let me break
So
it while
weak.
you talk?
Yep. That's my life. I would cry, but I'm too manly.
I don't like that. You gotta cry sometimes, man. Can I break this? Or maybe I just wasn't close enough. There you go. I got critical spankage. Can I get it on its behind?
So
This is the
this is
behind
kind
of
of
it.
boring to watch. I've gone ahead and expanded my metaphor thing. Now with your giant hand, this is how it feels to have a friend.
It says don't spank it. What's this? The fuck? Hack to open the secret file. I got a secret! Is that a tiny hand? Tiny hand. It's not the size that matters, it's how you spank with it that counts. And this little mutated baby-ass abomination packs quite the punch. That's tight. You played the game and unlocked the sick new item. Put it on now. I want the tiny hand. Is this the tiny hand? Is this my baby-ass hand?
See how much easier that is? Friendships are so powerful. We can do anything. We can take
Oh my
over
God,
the
Zilla.
world together. Just you and me. Spunk, an unknown player that was trying to kill me, but is not my best friend.
Okay. I'm down, buddy. What is this? A spank for ants?
How did I have
That's
a
my tiny hand.
real friend? The old friends I tried to create are a teensy bit jealous. They're kind
What?
of obsessed with me. So we
What?
might need to fight them off.
What? 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 Put my hand in your mouth. Put my hand in your mouth. I don't want to skip. Where are they? Where? What? Oh.
This bad boy is the crack Weckatronic defense turret.
What
This
the
should
fuck?
help me, help us survive the upcoming waves of abominations.
Okay.
Oh God, I hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys
That's
coming.
really weird,
And
dude.
protect me, best friend.
I'm trying.
I can hear you, friend.
Good thing they're all coming from one side.
My best friend. About to get my friend.
I think I got a double kill on that one, buddy.
My bestest friend. Yeah, you're my own friend. To the wicked end.
How come you're not helping me? Like, we're friends, but you're like not helping me.
I shouldn't be alive.
Ooh, I got a triple, baby. Let's go.
You actually did it. You killed them all. Hooray!
Woo!
Oh no. I smelled them. It's the
The
Spunk
super-
super fans. Don't
Spunk.
let them grope me.
Oh, okay. Why would they do that, buddy? This is fun. I like this.
Make them into a...
Oh shit. too high up. Ah! Oh no! Oh my god, they're overriding us! Spunk! Spunk, help me! Spunk, shut the fuck up and help me, man!
Don't forget to protect me.
I thought you didn't have friends!
Who needs friends
Oh my
anyway?
god.
I'm a stone cold loner. Well, now that I have you. This is a bad one. These are my exes.
These are your- I'm not fighting! Why am I fighting your exes, man?
I'm a little sad to lose my groupies. But it must be done. Maybe
Must
we
it?
shouldn't be killing them. Oh well.
I'm sorry, there's so many! We're getting overrun, buddy!
Crazy, these guys are ugly.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry! Oh, this is actually like the antivirus that he reskinned as like abnormal like items. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at aiming this thing.
Against my will.
That's really weird, buddy. We're getting overrun, buddy.
I might touch some viruses and nasty things. I don't feel too good. I hope we don't actually explode.
Ah!
Now that I have a real friend, the old, this bad boy is the...
How many waves are there, man? I think I just gotta keep it at one angle and just turn really quickly, you know?
Oh god, I hear them.
Shut the fuck up. We're gonna kill them. We're gonna get those spunk fans. Just gonna keep shooting them.
Where the heck is the ammo for this thing even come from?
I don't know. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit long.
I'm a sweet damsel in distress.
I am trying, my dude.
Come here.
One more.
Good gravy,
Fuck
these
yeah.
guys are ugly.
Well, yeah, wow, you made them that way, man. They're like Frankenstein's monster. Did you get the fuck out of here? Oh my god.
You actually did it! You killed them all! Hooray! Oh no. I smelled them. It's the Spunk Super Fans!
I'm not gonna let them grope you, don't worry.
This is like the 15th time I've had to do this.
What do you mean the 15?
Come here. There's so many of them. How many did I make?
I don't know how many did you make, man?
I kind of feel like they look a bit like me.
Yeah, a little bit. That's how genes work, though. If you birth something, it kind of ends up looking and acting like it, you know?
Take them into oblivion.
I'm trying, dog.
Who
Woo!
needs
Okay.
fans anyway? I'm a stone cold loner. Well, now that I have
I didn't even let him hit him. Alright. I'm walking in, chat.
This is a bad one. These
Walking in.
are my exes.
Yeah, baby girl. Start immediately. Alright, where's the next set coming from? This one.
Make that one extra hard. He bit me once.
Get away, get away, get away. Keep this little guy at 100%. Feel like I get an achievement for it. Oh, fuck.
What? That was a fear fart.
That was a fear fart, bro. Oh my god, what do you mean there's more?
Friend. I think I should go. He's just a friend. Not a monster.
Yeah, okay, bud.
Goodbye, my sweet
Woo!
sugar plumps.
Woo!
My beautiful sugar puddings. Rest in peace, my beautiful, bountiful bosom buddies. Oh well. After
You can
all
clearly
that
make
sick
more.
killing, let's go somewhere more peaceful. You
Okay.
know, for introspection. After all this cold-blooded murder.
That sounds nice. Let's do that. Spunk made those things, it's true.
I want to say, like, sorry. When I was eating your game, we didn't know each other well. We hadn't soul bonded for life yet. So
Is this Attack on Titan?
this
What
scene.
the fuck?
What a twist. The hero finally ended their blood feud with their ex-brother from Big Booty Slappers 2. 4 games ago. After so much bad history, even they could put aside their differences to save the world. I was so inspired. What amazing writing.
Okay. What is all of this? Oh, okay. Very beautiful. What's this? Spanka Sutra. The ultimate book of playful little spanks. It holds all sorts of types of spanks, spanking positions, sounds to make when spanking. Okay. It's a voodoo doll. What's this?
Ooh,
There-
I remember this one. I cried. Manly tears, though. Out of all your friends,
One of your friends to the
all
elder
the
god
booties
woman.
slapped, you have to pick one to sacrifice to the elder
Damn.
gods. I was stuck on this for weeks. All of the characters are so well developed. It felt like ripping my heart out picking one of them to die. But I did it though. I'm strong like that.
Okay, well, why are you like spoiling the game for me? You're kind of ruining it for me. I'm not gonna lie.
This scene, wow. Just wow. The hero gave such a moving speech to stop the alien invasion. I can't even summarize it. It was just so well written. I can't even summarize a single detail of the scene without watering it down. I really wish you could have played. It changed my life. Seriously.
Another diamond. This one looks like the first one. I'm pretty sure it's fake. One of them is anyway. Maybe the first one is fake. I'm not sure which. Okay. What is this? Super awesome hero. Okay. What is this way? What's this? Games from the vault. Cool. Toilets. It's a secret. Wait. Huh? Oh. Is there a secret up here? Ah, fuck my hand. Give me the secret. Whoops.
Over here.
Hacking into encrypted file. Whoa, it's a big one. Oh fuck, I just realized my mouse has been on the screen this whole time. Put it on now. Wait, what does this one do? Oh. Oh yeah, what's poke hand? Oh, I've undiscovered these. What's the poke hand do? I didn't read it. Trophies.
Open the door! POV, I'm at your door. Open the door!
Welcome in, Pigleyoof! Welcome on in. A pig has raided the cow. Welcome on in. How was Deltarune? Did you have a good time? Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing Glitch Banker currently. We're playing the demo. There looks to be a lot of secrets in this game. We're just hanging out, playing a silly game that I will write a video on. Ooh, shit. It's bumping. Tell me, have you tried the Enna game? I have. I quite like the Enna game. Oh. I don't have a code? Oh, okay. I don't know if you like it, but it's crazy. I love it. I actually like it quite a bit. I liked it quite a lot. I'm very interested in seeing where it goes. Level selector. Okay, so... okay, so we're going along this pathway. Old friends. Oh.
How did I have a real...
Okay. Okay.
I want to say, like, sorry.
Okay. I gotta go back. We gotta keep going. Alright. Oh, do I have to go through all these again? Hold on.
Ah!
Okay. Welcome on in. Sorry. I'm really excited about this game. Welcome on in. How was Deltarune? Feel free to tell us how it's going if you're in chapter 4 or not. For those of you who are new here. Hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm the Whiplash of VTubers, because earlier we were writing about sperm shapes, and now I got the hots for Susie, understandable. 'Twas very fun. I'm glad you had a good time. If you need a raid and run, feel free to take care of yourself first, because your health is the most important to us here at the Milk Club. But otherwise, I hope you have fun hanging out as we play this very silly game. Oh, we get the secret again? I wanna know what the one we got does. My health ain't important, it's important to me. Okay, so what does a pokey one do? Yeah, got a raid and run, have a good stream. Thank you, Pigleyoo! Have a great rest of your day. You poked around and found out. You just can't stop poking, even now you're... Okay. That's all. It's just a pokey one. It's just a longer one. That's a zebra ass. No females must not care for my head, scares me. Okay, well, I only a little bit care.
The Grand Palace of Infinite Spank. This will forever be burned into my wee little brain. It was the single most beautiful level I have ever seen. The gameplay mechanics, the design, it's truly world-changing. I ate most of the code for it.
Yeah, I don't know what this thing is.
That is one of my biggest regrets for you. I wish you could have seen it. Oh well.
Damn. Well, maybe if you didn't fucking eat my game, man.
Well, here's the exit. Just go through when you're ready.
Art sure is subjective. It sure is.
Hey,
whoa!
You made it. So this is the club I used to go hang out at to burn some time.
Fuck yeah,
drugs
bro.
And women. You know how it is. Drugs and women are dirt cheap. Also dirty. It's pretty bad, actually. Let's go in and have some fun.
Fuck yeah. Wow. Wow, look at all these sexy women. Wow, look at that booty shake, bro. Whoa! Whoa! How are they doing that? Wow. Okay, slap block to start dancing.
Try to see if you can go score some, loot.
What? What? How can you get a high score? Where are the blocks coming from? Oh, damn, look at that. This is like Beat Saber. Fuck yeah. I got this. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I missed one. Okay, I was gonna slap to maybe make a slap noises, but I just shouldn't have done that. I'm upset that I missed one. I'm gonna have to redo that. What the fuck? Up high. Fuck yeah. I missed two. Fuck. Oh, dude.
Those moves were pretty good. Almost as good at scooting your boot as I am.
I want to get better. Let me do it again. Let me do it again. I want to do it again. Ah.
Try to see if
I'm
you
gonna do it
can go
again.
score some,
Missing two, imagine. I know, right? Fuck. I just got excited. I want to slap him. But I'm just supposed to touch him. I'm locking in, chat. I'm locking in. It's wild that we're still in the same game. I know, I love it. Fuck yeah. Now here it comes. I don't know what this song is, but I'd actually listen to this unironically. The sound designer must have been like, just have fun with it, dude. Fuck yeah! Yeah!
Wow, wow,
Woo!
wow, 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 yes! Wow! That was awesome! I saw you absolutely swaying that thing. Look at the pile of goods you got. That'll last me at least a day. Come on, let's head out.
I did it.
Stop by the bathroom if you want. Then head out the exit when you're ready.
Whoa. Dance play. The dance play decor can be found in your spank RHQ. Just spank one of the large decor slots to set. Oh, cool. So I think if we would have like did everything for the other one, like we would have gotten something special too. Excuse me, sorry. Oh damn! Ew.
Oh!
Sorry about that, dude. The ladies' room. I'm a lady, so I should have been allowed in the ladies' room, you know? I should kind of want to go back and do the other level now to see what that was like. Alright, let's go. Spanktabulous. Continue.
Ah, that's better. Totally different change of scenery. Now let's see. What to talk about?
Just keep him
What?
blocked. Okay.
What's your favorite way to kill someone?
Dude, how many seconds? What the fuck do you mean?
Have to think about it, huh? That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can't decide on mine either. Well, how many dealers have you stabbed? I've stabbed so many I can't even count.
Why would you stab
It's
them?
like, why not stab
They are
them?
your supplier.
You
Why
get
would you
stuff
stab
for free,
them?
right?
Well, no. No. Don't stab people.
Okay. Not much of a talker.
I mean, I'm
I
trying.
can respect that. All friendships come in different styles.
Yeah.
It's cool. I can do the talking. We just
Yeah,
have
okay.
to chill for a bit. Nothing to do. Nothing to spank. Just taking a break, you know?
That's a lot of seconds, though. How many minutes are in those?
I have one.
Okay. Okay.
So a few games ago, I found myself on some old lady's computer, eating a solitaire game.
Okay.
I was able to get inside her computer, and I found software for life support.
You did
Turns out
not!
it was assisted living or something. I ate the program, and guess what? She died! I'll just assume you're laughing on the inside. Well, you get a hold of yourself. Let me think of another story. We
I
have
don't
plenty
know
of
if I
time.
want another story. I don't know how many seconds this is. Play a phone game or something while I wait. I will wait this whole time.
So
I will wait.
the other day, I went grocery shopping. Actually, no, that's not it. That's not quite right. It wasn't a grocery store or anything. It was the local gas station. So I was walking there, or I guess I got a ride from my mom halfway.
Okay.
The rest I walked.
Okay.
Anyway, I got
Walking's
there,
good for you.
and well, I didn't actually get groceries. It wasn't like grocery shopping. There was this shady guy that hangs out behind the gas station. I went around back and saw the guy, and I bought some stuff from him, or I guess I stabbed him and took his stuff. But anyway, I got my groceries. Then I headed inside for a drink. 'Cause
Why would you stab
stabbing
him?
is kind of tiring, you know? That's a lot of cardio.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I got a slushie. I wanted the red flavor, but they were out. So I
Oh,
had
I'm
to get
sorry,
green.
buddy.
It was okay, but not my favorite.
Well, that's understandable. I'm sorry about that, man. That's just how it is sometimes,
Whoops.
you know? They just don't...
That's not my story. I mean, it wasn't me.
That's not my story. That's funny, man. You should fart more often. Farting's funny.
So this isn't as fun as I thought it would be. I'll go
I'm
ahead
sorry.
and fix the timer. That's better.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
I had actually wondered deep
mean,
down. If
I
you'd
was starting to
still
play a
spank
phone
me.
game.
I've been called annoying before, but I don't know
You're
why.
not that annoying.
I'm great. Anyway, I
Yeah,
know
you are
I can
great.
control
I
the
mean,
game
except for the
bit.
killing people
I've
thing, that's a
never
little
tried
worrisome.
before. Let's have some fun with the code.
Okay. Could you... I did resist abusing him. Break all the items and don't die.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I think I broke the light code a bit. But, well, this
Fine.
is okay too, right? It hides
Yeah,
all
it's
the
fine.
dirty stains. So I guess everything looks clean. Let's see if we can even more. Break it all, baby!
Sounds good. Critical slab. We're so playing the other route because it looks like there's two routes. The
So,
fuck?
I guess this seems kind of scary, but don't worry. There probably isn't a monster sneaking around behind you. Not on this level, at
Probably?
least. I think.
What? Any secrets? Feels like a good level for a secret, my guy. Can't break that. I like that it whispers secrets as well. No TV is gonna spook me. I played Layers of Fear. There's a lot of just rooms with chairs in them. Oh, that's a red room. I won't go to the red room just yet. Oh, hello. Ah! Jesus, fuck! That was fucked up! That was fucked up, Spunk! Spunk, that was a little fucked up.
I've been trying to mess with the code, but I've only really ever eaten code. I tried to read it or write it.
Did a good job of jump scaring me.
I hate reading, but for you,
I hate reading
I'll
too.
fix this. I'll do anything. I love you.
I love you too, buddy. Best friend. I'm glad that we're friends. Make sure I get everything. There we go. Put no people behind me, okay? It's a little fucked up. I don't like it when you put people behind me. It scares me. The implication that I can die, though, is kind of spooky now that I think about it, though. Okay, so we're like, come back around then? Alright, cool. I hear something, but I don't know what it is. Oh. You gotta stop with all the lockers, man. Excuse the fuck out of me. Said no. I said no to the behind stuff, man. Said I wasn't comfortable with the behind stuff, man. Remember that? I did it. Were you scared? I did get scared once. That was kind of spooky.
Oh, shucklebucks!
Oh,
it looks
good
like
Lord.
that's the end of the demo. There's actually a ton more content. Decisions,
Yeah.
endings,
I want to play more. I want to play more.
collectibles.
I can like poke him in the
and
eyeball.
games to play with me, but only in the full game. The full game, which is currently being worked on. So you
I'm so excited! I want to play the full game! It comes out at the end of the month. I want to play it!
But hey, the
I'm poor, so I hope I
get
get
a
it.
page where you can wish list it. So
I
once
did
it's
wish
done,
list it.
You'll know when you can steal it to play with me. Or I guess you
What?
could buy it. The devs.
I
can
mean,
make
if
more
I had
games
money,
and
I'd love to
stuff,
buy it.
But honestly,
Yeah, I like the
screw
devs.
those guys.
No!
They make me look ugly and
Well, that's-
stinky. You can't smell it, but I can. There's
That sucks.
literally no reason for them to code that, except to torture me in particular. Anywho, sorry to spoil the big endings you just played, but the content in the game so far is just a first taste. Just a
I love
teeny
it.
little tasty sample. Hope you had fun. I know I did. See you around. I hope. I love you. Please come back to me.
I will. Oh my goodness! Hello, Raiders! Welcome on in, Bumblebee. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? How was Monster Hunter Wild? We are just playing this kooky, silly little game called Glitch Spanker. We are trying out the demo because it comes out at the end of the month and I'd love to play the full version. But how was your stream? Did you have a good time? I hope you did. Feel free to tell us how it went and what monsters you hunted. For those of you that are new here, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm kind of the whiplash of VTubers. 1 minute we're writing funny scripts about TikTok videos, other seconds we're spanking toilets in the ass. So I hope you have a good time. Good. He looks up, oh my god. Yeah, it's pretty fun. If you do need to go take care of yourself, feel free to. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me playing this wacky, silly game. Okay, what is uncover the truth? Watch your step. It's all real. Okay, let's go. Damn. Can my computer dead? Oh. What the fuck? Press 1 to start game? Oh, whoa, what the fuck? This is spooky. The fuck? I'm supposed to eat. Why can I look around my room? That's fucking scary. Can I eat? Can I eat people? Can I eat this person now? What? Okay, Furby. That's cool. Okay, Furby. My Furby's weird, chat. My Furby's fucking weird. I like the way that you, like, when you press up, left, and right, it actually moves like the D-pad. Okay, so I have to go get another poopy. Gotta get another poopy. Ooh, that's quite loud. Yippee! I can't really run though. I don't really like that I can look around my little Game Boy, but it is what it is. Oh, there's the last poopy. Okay, now I can eat dogs. This is kind of spooky. Playing a game inside of a game, exactly. Oh, my headset just turned off. Okay. That was more scary, that my headset was just willing to just turn off like that. Woohoo! Now I have to find another one. I perchance got distracted. That's okay. That's how it is in life, you know? Alright, now I gotta eat people. I eat children. I'm a weird, ugly toilet that eats children. Come here, little child. Come here, little child. Let me eat you. Alright, human. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Sorry, that was a lot. Yippee! I gotta eat poop again. Gotta eat poop again. I ate the poo-poo. Time to eat all the small animals. That is the progression of the world. Now time to eat children. I love growing into a big toilet. Ooh, stop. Dude, that's scary as fuck, bro. What the fuck? Okay. Are there any children in here? Come here, child. Alright, I need one more child. Children, let me eat you. I can't find any more. Oh, there's one. Look. Aww. I'll just blow on it. Okay. Where am I getting these batteries from? want to talk about where I'm getting battered? Hello? Maybe my ass sat on the remote control, you know? Anywho. I'm just gonna... Can I play more? Yippee. Time to eat more. I love eating. I love eating. I love growing big. That's a small one. I am hungry for big. Big! This is not my house. Right? Excuse me? That's fucking sick. That's actually really cool. Can I go into the toilet and eat the poo? That didn't make me happy. That made me very sad, actually. This is gonna also make me sad. Okay. I am very sad about this information that's been brought forth to me in this horror situation. I think it is very interesting that this is how it is, you know? That this is how this has decided to work. And I'm very upset. I think I just ate... I don't know what I just ate. I'm going to eat mommy and daddy, little one. Time to eat mommy! Oh, wait, I just ate mom. I ate mom first. God damn, that's fucking scary. God damn. Leave me alone. Spunk and I are friends. Spunk will eat you. I'm gonna go give this game to Spunk. Maybe Spunk will eat it. Can I leave? No, let me out! Let me out! That was so cool, though. Yo, that was actually really sick. Yo, that was cool. Yeah, that was actually really cool. Trying for free loot and secrets. I want free loot and secrets. Hold on. I want the secrets. I want the secrets for this game. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to sneeze on you guys. Not that. Said it? Send me an email? What? Excuse me. Oh, here we go. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I want the free loot. Okay. Newsletter. Missed some loot codes. The news was reposted here after a month delay. Ah. So. Whoa, there's so much more to this game. Wait, I want some of the codes. Where are the codes? I want the code. Ah, I got a code. I found a code. Oh, what the fuck? Ooh, water. Oh, it's so cute! It's a little heart one. Put it on. Okay, wait. There's one more code. And the other one is Spain. That's a big ass tree, brother. Put it in storage. Okay, I think those are the only newsletters that they have. Newest first, oldest first. Oh wait, no, it's... I think that's their first one. And then they have... you didn't know, sign out. Don't forget. Oh, I want to join that. Hold on. I want to join. I want to join the Discord. I love this game so much. I love it so much. It's so funny. Let's go back. Go back. Okay. Menu. Okay, cool. Oh, I got a little heart one. I love the little heart one. Pets full game. Oh my god. What's over here? Fan art gallery coming soon. Insert key. I don't have a key. That's for the full game. Oh my god, this is so cool. Alright, what's in here? Okay, so there was a secret. There were secrets. I missed secrets. Fuck. Okay, there's secrets. There's a secret in here that I didn't find.
I'll be honest. I didn't think you'd pick the friend door. I've never had someone who wanted to. I learned at a young age to never trust anyone. I was born into this world by
I'm
random
not here
chance.
for you.
Explosions, chaos, death, universes created.
Yep. I need you to stay silent.
Oh wow! I'll be honest. I didn't think you'd.
Hold on. How do I get up here? Secret? Oh, I have to go like all the way, and then I have to
Pick
jump.
the friend door. I've never had someone who's wanted to. I learned at a young age to never trust anyone. Come close and hear my pitiful tale. I was born into this world by random chance. Explosions, chaos, death, universes created and destroyed. I don't really remember any of it, but that's how I imagine it. It sounds awesome. Out of the darkness, I was formed from emptiness and hunger. All I knew was to eat, so I did. I ate it.
But where does this one take me?
Whatever. After enough eating, I began to realize my food had, like, patterns and stuff. I learned language, stories, emotions, loneliness. Whenever the food was all gone, I'd go to sleep and wake up somewhere else. Eventually,
okay, so this is the way we gotta go for this.
I was in different games, eating their code. Eventually, I tried to contact the players that were playing the game that I was eating. Long story short, they hated me. They tried to delete me, purge me, use me, capture me.
What's this one? It's a time one.
Of people over the last few. Look, man, you don't know me. You look at me and think, ew, that guy's freaking ugly. I gotta kill it.
Little bit.
I understand.
Little bit.
I do. I think the same every morning when I look in the mirror. But I promise you, I'm not all bad. Just get to know me. Maybe we stop the spanking, stop the attempted murder, see where things go. Maybe have some adventures.
I hear secret.
Maybe
Where's the
some
secret?
romance.
What's the
Fall
secret?
in love. Have my first kiss. My first friend. My first consensual spank.
It was killing the little guy. Whoops.
Yeah. So like, go to the friend door. Let's see where things go.
What do we get? We get like a little shit. A little poopy bot. Oh! Oh, I like how you totally murdered that poor little thing in cold blood. Unfortunately, they seem to like it. So now that little fella is going to crash at your place, and you can't get rid of it. Anyways, Little Honey has unlocked the I Am Your Friend song at the Spanker HQ speaker system, so you can listen to it all the time. Cool. I kind of want to go visit the... I want to go in here again. Old friends. I want to play this one, and I want to see if I can get the...
This bad boy is the crack electronic defense.
See if I can get the 100, like, not get him hurt.
I mean...
Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm just trying to be here to lock in.
Oh God, I hear them.
Yep. We're gonna get through it. I don't think putting it up helps
They
at all.
held me down and farted on me against my will. Good time. Come here. I think I see Carl. He's just a friend. Not a man. My mom.
Are you my mom?
Maybe we shouldn't be killing him.
No, it's too late. We're already killing them. And I'm here to get 100%.
You actually did it.
Fuck
You killed them
it.
all.
Woo, baby. Let's go. There's only 3 waves, so it's not so bad.
Oh no.
Just gotta get through this
I
one.
smelled them. It's the spot.
You're my friend, my best friend. About to die, my friend. You're my friend, my bestest friend.
Fuck, that almost touched it. Ah, fuck.
Now that I have a real friend, this bad boy is the crack electronic defense turret. This should help me, help us survive the
Oh
upcoming
shit, now it
waves
makes
of
more sense. Okay,
abominations.
cool. I inverted it, and now up goes up, and down goes
I
down.
hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys coming.
Woo! Woo!
I kind of feel like they look a bit like me.
You are their mother. Get out of here.
There's so many of them. How many did I make?
Too many, my guy. Maybe a little too many.
Friends to the end.
I really should try doing like one per.
He's just a friend, not a mom.
Nice.
You actually did it.
Nice. Alright.
Oh no. I smelled them.
Yep, I got it, buddy.
Where the heck did the ambulance come from?
No. Crap.
Now that I have a real friend. This bad boy is the crap.
I don't know how I did so well that
electronic
last
defense
time.
tool. This should help me, help us survive the upcoming waves of a... Oh God, I hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys coming and protect me. Best friend.
Got you, buddy.
Take them. Take them into oblivion.
Really wish I could hit them further.
This is like the 15th time I've had to do this.
I like that they make them sound a lot closer than they tend to be. So that way you can get like spooked towards that angle.
You actually did it. You killed them. Oh no. I smelled them.
Oh wait, I could look at my mini map. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that.
Whoops. That was beer fire.
I'll be your friend.
Don't forget to protect me. I'm a sweet damsel in distress. Ew, bro.
Frick! Frick, I was
I have a
panicking.
Real friend. The old,
Does this game take controller? It does. It does. It does, chat. How do I make it? How do I switch it? Settings in the navigation is still on mouse and keyboard only. Okay.
friends, I tried.
How do I get on it? Oh.
This bad boy is the crack electronic defense turret. This should help me, help us. Oh God, I hear
Oh, that
them.
toggles the
I
thing.
feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys coming and protect me. Best friend,
I got you, buddy.
I kind of feel like they look a bit like me.
They do a little bit.
Where the heck did the ammo for this thing even come from? Why did I think about it? Come here.
I will say it feels a lot
actually
easier on
did it.
controller. Though the LT to turn fast is like stuck.
damsel in distress. I'm here, friend.
Here.
Come here.
One time they held me down and tried against my will. Good time.
Come here. Thank you, my mom.
No.
Fuck. Dang it.
Now that I have a real friend,
I don't know which one's
this
easier.
bad boy is the crack mechatronic defense turret. This should help me, help us survive the upcoming waves of abominations. Oh God, I hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me.
So getting further out is
Family
easier
coming.
from looking at the mini
And
screen.
protect me, best friend. I think I see Carl. He's just a friend, not a monster. Where the heck did the ambulance even come from? Better not think about it.
I enjoy all the randomized lines, though it does get repetitive. It randomizes it enough that it's not so bad.
Thank you, my mom.
Maybe we actually did it.
Okay. What am I looking at? Glitch Spanker! It's a fun little demo I'm playing of this game that has like multiple different genres in it. It's really cool.
Smell them. It's the Skunk Super Fans.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to get 100% on this. Get it so we don't get hit.
It's like the 15th time I bet the food.
Oh my god, I suck.
Come here. Why you look?
So I'm like walking in. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. I really want to beat this level. Fuck. No!
How did I have a real friend?
I will give you
The
100%.
old,
I'm trying,
friend.
man.
This bad boy is the crack mechatronic.
Maybe I need
defense
pixels.
turret. This
I
should
need
help
pixels
me,
to do this level for me. I want the secret!
help us survive the upcoming wave.
If I can't get this one at pixels, I'm gonna have to,
God.
I have to
I
ask for
hear
your
them.
help.
I feel
Or else I'll be on this all night long.
Me. Fanboys coming and protect me, best friend.
Why you boopus me?
Where the heck is the ammo for this thing even come from? Better not think about it. Yeah.
Two ways here, chat.
I'm not evil, I swear. Can I have a hug?
Aww. I'm gonna ask for a hug.
Maybe we shouldn't be killing them. Oh well, you actually did it. You killed them all.
Okay, like wave 1's like super easy. It's like wave 2 that I'm like struggle busing on. I don't know how I did it so well the last time.
I smelled them. It's the I'm super fans. I kind of feel like they look a bit like me. Come here. I think I see Carl. Here's your friend. Come here, buddy. Come here. Really good at killing. Come here, friend. No. Crazy, these guys are all no. Good riddance.
Whew. Oh, I did level 2. Oh, I did level 2. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Who needs fans anyway? I'm a stone cold loner. Well, now that I have you.
I'm gonna put my glasses on. Hold on, I'm putting my glasses on. Thank you. Alright, I put my glasses on.
This is a bad one. These are my exes. This one will be hard. These are the hot ones. I'm a little sad to lose my groupies, but it must be done. Whoops, that was a beer bomb. I love you, friend. That's actually one. Come here, friend. I spanked that one extra hard. He bit me once.
The next one's with these guys, I think.
This is like the 15th time I've had to do.
No!
Now that I have a real friend, the old, this bad boy is...
Shut the fuck up.
Oh God, I hear them. I feel them.
Maybe I need the guidelines,
Touch
you know.
me. Fanboys coming. And protect me. Best friend. This is like the 15th time I've had to do this.
Best friend. Random.
Come back here.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like a badass killing all these guys. But also, god damn it, why is this hard? Not like the first 2 levels, it's just like the 3rd level is hard.
Oh no. I smelled them. Yes.
I'm walking in.
That's hard. My bestie friend, though. I'll be your friend.
Good gravy, these guys are all good.
Don't blame me.
Hug.
Can't pet that dog! Can't pet that dog!
Come
You're
here.
my friend. My bestest friend.
Come here, friend.
Ooh, that was close.
You're my friend. My bestest friend.
Good riddance.
Woo!
Who needs
Woo, baby! I'm getting good at that
fans
second level.
anyway? I'm a stone cold low.
Alright, I got this. Hold on, I'm gonna sit up. I'm actually
It's the
sitting
bad
up.
one. These. I'm. Let's be friends. Done, they held me down and farted on me against my will. Good time. Hey, you.
Ah, Pixels didn't help.
How did I hit?
Shut the fuck up, Spunk.
This bad boy is the crack.
Nobody even likes you, Spunk. No, it's so good that I'm gonna do the faux, the evil route after this.
Us survive the
I'm so
upcoming
angry.
waves of abominations.
Alright, I'm gonna have Pixels do level
Oh God!
3 for me. Because I don't want to play this level. I don't want. You stay over there.
To protect me. I'm a sweet damsel in distress.
Stay over there. Don't get close to me.
Fade them into oblivion.
I hear you breathing, friend. Amazing.
Come here. I think I see Carl. You actually did it.
Okey-dokey.
You killed them all. Oh no.
Shut up.
One time they held me down and farted on me. Against my will.
No, it means you need better friends. Maybe not ones that like physically. Am I being summoned? Yes. I don't want to do level 3, and I feel like you could do it.
Oh, my friend. My bestest friend.
Oh, fuck. Never mind, you're doing all 3 levels.
Now that I have a real friend, the old friends I tried
Pixels!
to create are a teensy bit
Pixels,
jealous.
it's your turn.
They're kind of obsessed with me, so we might need to fight them off.
Yeah. You might want to have the audio, cause like they'll start talking to you when like they do the thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad, how's it going?
Now you're an anime girl naming it.
Oh, Lord.
Alright, if you left click, that's not gonna matter. My sensitivity left click.
This bad boy is the crack electronic defense turret. This should help me, help us survive the upcoming
It's just
waves
like
of
that
abominations. Oh God, I hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys coming and protect me. Best friend.
How'd you make the...
Maybe we shouldn't be killing them. Oh well.
Oh, aim assist is supposed to be right.
I'm actually not a monster. Gross.
Suck, yeah,
You should have let me learn the game before putting me on.
this is level 1!
We did it.
You have to restart.
How do I restart?
Restart
Oh.
level.
Now that I have a real
You like my
friend,
stick? It's got a
the
heart
old
on it.
this bad boy is a crack electronic defense tool.
Space there.
This should help me, help us survive the upcoming waves of abominations.
You'll see a stick
Oh
here.
God, I hear them. I feel them wanting to touch me. Fanboys coming and protect me. Best friend.
You can also play with the controller. It's better. I feel like this is how I look in this retro game.
Make them.
Getting them fall.
Make them into oblivion.
Don't be afraid.
There's so many of them. How many did I make?
Chat, I can't watch this. I've been on this thing like for like 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
You actually did it. You killed them all.
On this level?
Hooray!
Or on this game?
The
So-
game, I think.
Yeah, the game I've been on for like an hour.
Oh no.
But
I
like,
smelled them.
I was this
I'm
is
super
the game.
fans.
But like,
Don't let them grope me.
the ring broken. Now wait. The mini map on the
Oh.
How do you not see that? It's like a quarter.
You're really good at killing.
Heavy hitter.
Where the heck is the answer? Come from? Where did I think about it? Come here.
Oh, my friend, my best friend. But you there, my friend. You, my
Chat, get your
friend. My bestest friend. Yeah, you're my.
Good riddance. Who needs fans anyway? I'm a stone cold loner. Well, now that I have you,
You'll be fine at level 3.
this is a bad one. These Dante X's. This one will be hard.
I just realized he's caked up. Exactly, bro.
I'm a little sad to lose my
Mega caked up.
focus. It must be done. I spanked that one extra hard. She bit me once. And this is like the 15th time I've had to kill her. Ew, gross.
I hate this game so
Best friend.
much.
Don't
It's
forget
so,
to protect me. I'm a sweet damsel in this.
Aim at them.
it's
Yeah. Do you want to do it again, or do you want me to go back to doing it?
does this work?
Yeah, it works. Go up.
Now that I have a real friend, the old, friends
You,
I
like,
tried to
trigger
create
it or
are a
something.
teensy bit jealous.
Just click all this.
And they're kind
Oh.
of obsessed with me. So we might need to fight them off.
Langland drinking the Rams.
It might be one of the
This bad boy is the crack Wecatronic defense turret. This should help me,
guys. Pixels is better at this than
help
me.
us
So
survive
don't
the
think that I'm
upcoming
making
waves
him do
of
it.
abominations.
Because you can.
Oh God,
That's all.
I hear them.
I'm
I
not sure.
feel them.
We'll find out.
I
I don't
need
like
to touch
controllers,
me.
but it's
Bad
literally
boy's
using
coming.
Yeah,
Protect me. Best
I was
friend.
thinking if I had one of those like plain stickies like Deadly Star has that took him like the stream to figure out.
Yeah.
It'd be better.
Abomination. Don't forget to protect me. I'm a sweet damsel in distress.
I have to call you, so I don't know why, but today I feel like I don't really know
Where the heck did the ammo for this thing even come from? Better not think about it. Your house? One time they held me down and pounded on me against my will. Good time. You actually did it. You killed them all.
Good job, good job,
Oh.
good job, good job, good job. Pixels is gonna get us for us, guys, don't worry.
Oh
And
no.
even if he doesn't matter, because he's probably gonna have to re-fucking do it when the
I'm so
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Don't let them rope me.
I want the secrets! Maybe not. Maybe it's just the demo. Maybe the demo is like...
This is like the 15th time I've had to do this.
The art's probably getting pretty cool though.
I'm actually out of my mind. Had to run. You're really good at killing. That's it.
Hear you breathe.
Ooh, chat, he didn't even look. He didn't even look, chat.
Good riddance. Who needs fans anyway? I'm a stone
Yeah, I got
cold
you.
loner. Well, now that I have you. This is a bad one. These are my exes.
There's only 3.
This
Yeah,
one
there's-
will be hard.
I wouldn't have asked you if
Hot
it was
ones. I'm a little sad
There
to
was more
lose
than
my
3.
groupies. But it must be done.
Just think about it. If they know how to do that,
Hey,
for
them
these
into
things, if they keep
oblivion.
progress, I'll get a free.
I think I see Carl. He's just a friend. Not a monster. Man, there's so many of them. How many did I make? Come here. You're crazy these guys are ugly.
Ladies and gentlemen, he did
Oh,
it!
that's it?
Beautiful sugar pudding.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Rest in peace. My beautiful, bountiful bosom buddies.
It was just a
Oh,
matter
well.
of like, it was actually.
After all that sick killing, let's go somewhere more peaceful.
Thank you.
You know, for introspection. After all this cold-blooded murder.
Thank you. He did it, chat. He did it. What do you mean I didn't get anything for it? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Okay.
Ah. You don't want to listen to me ramble. We're still friends, right? Just maybe not best friends.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can still have some fun. I won't focus on the fact that I was betrayed, let down, backstabbed, forsaken, and other disappointing
Sometimes I can help but
things.
cry.
But all the same,
I have to
probably
kiss him.
noticed, I've
Thanks,
replaced the
Pixels.
snake stick with a pucker puncher. It'll let you get a little distance since that's what you seem to want. Plus, it's something
Yeah, I
I
do want
found in the gameplay from Big Booty Slapper 6. You can probably use your own imagination on how it was used.
Hardcore
It's hard to
parkour.
hurt me when you can't spank me. Instead, you can kiss my butt. But you gotta
Thank you for the
find
half
me first.
episodes. Sometimes I can't help but cry. Oops. Just a sign, not a clue. Okay. Ha. Ha. Kiss, 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 kiss. Stares in disapproval. Mwah. Feel free to take a professional writer, one per butt kisser. Alright, you can't. Damn. Yo, stop breaking my things. Mwah. There's a toaster. I don't know if I've ever seen a toaster. Hi. This wall isn't lined up. I can see outside the level. I'm complaining to the devs. Oh wait, I made the level. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Did you check under the sofa and sign up for this? Getting warmer.
Oh my.
Okay, so this way. 3, 2, 1, 1.5.
Ew, gross.
I wasn't done kissing. I wasn't done kissing.
Ow, shucklebucks. It looks like that's the end of the...
Cool. Cool. All right, time for foe. Oh my god. Everything's slipping, chat. Everything's slipping. Alright, I gotta re-scoot in. So I wanna do the other route.
Look, man, you don't know me. You look at me and think, ew, that guy's freaking ugly. I gotta kill it. I understand.
Yeah, I gotta kill it.
I do.
This is the murder
I
route,
think the same
boy.
every morning when I look in the mirror. Whoa, but I promise you, I'm not... Oh, so you want to fight, huh? Kill the ugly guy. Spank him till he's dead. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I've been there before. I'm not so easy to get rid of. Good luck not starving to death in that tiny room with no exit. You fool! Fucking dang it, stupid. Could have just been friends.
Okay, well, I broke the thing.
Oh,
So.
jeez.
Wow!
Sorry, pal. Your road ends here.
Ah, what the fuck? Ah, fucking what the fuck? Smack, smack. Oh God.
So you think spanking is just all fun and games, huh? Easy to spank others when you're not the one being spanked. Well, let's see how it feels. An eye for an eye. Cheek spank for cheek spank.
Woohoo! What'd I get? Oh, this is the unhappy one. Oh wait, no, there's a spring. Wacky wavy filling spank stick of Ultimate Smackdown. You like it wild, you like it crazy. Well, this is put it on.
Ooh! I can feel that one. I see the handprint left on your cute little hiney already.
Fucking talk to me like that, you fucking weirdo. Ah! Oh, I can break stuff. This takes a little longer because I gotta slap the stuff out of their hands. Yeah, but you don't have a wild one like me.
I see why you do this now. Oh God, this is satisfying. Maybe
Ain't it? Oh, I found you.
Time to flood this level to get rid of you. And these are the tears of previous players. And maybe some of my own. You'll never find me in time. And you'll have to destroy your booty game while you search. Whoa, whoa. Hey now.
You already
I hope you
spoiled it.
remember every... Ah, what in the...
Oh shit, I found him. Hog? I just break one of these candles.
You're too late, fool. My
Alright.
ritual is already complete.
Oh, it already happened. Oh my God.
It's too late for you. You might as well turn the game off and leave me in peace.
Ignore
My soul
rape,
has
ignorant
already
loser.
escaped, and I am immortal. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This one. Oh my God, it's a Satan star? Put it on now. Alright, now I think I have to fall. Whee. Okay. You wanted the candles? He was! Ooh.
No! I can't handle the stress! Ah! Stupid invisible wall!
Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Whoa!
You could kill me? I
Whoa!
once won a game of solitaire. I make cockroaches look weak. People think they can survive anything, but I can survive anything
800.
even more. Oh, I didn't realize you'd be allowed to prepare. That doesn't seem very... Go forth, my spunkling.
Dude, this is it's a tower defense game now. Dude, this is sick. Get him, plunger tower. I should have put it in the beginning. Really didn't think about it all that much, to be honest. I like that they have to go around though. Wave completed!
Those were living things. They had hardcore
That's
thoughts and
crazy.
feelings, and you just killed them. What is wrong with you?
Oh.
Why can't you just die like a morally
they have a Trojan
responsible
horse.
person?
I shouldn't have removed that. Oh well. I like the little Trojan horses. Oh man, they had so many. No, my tower! Oh my god. Third level.
You thought you could kill me? Oh, I didn't realize you'd be allowed to prepare.
Yeah, fuck off, bitch.
Go for my spunklings. Get him. Fight him.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
You thought you could kill me? Go for my spunklings. Get him. Fight him.
That works.
What the hell, man? Those were
I am prepared. Let me go. Yes. No.
You thought you could. Oh, I didn't realize you'd be allowed to go
Alright,
for
let's try this
my
one.
spunklings. Get him. Fight him.
No, I refuse.
You thought. Oh, I didn't realize you'd be allowed.
Actually,
You thought you could kill me? Go forth, my spunklings. Get him. Fight him.
I don't know what I think. I feel like I should put the long one here. I think I need another power combo. Can I get enough for one? No.
You thought you. Oh,
Alright, let's
I
put it
didn't
here.
realize. Go
Alright.
forth, my spunklings. Get him. Fight him.
Thank God for the 2x speed, am I right? Shit.
What the hell, man? Those were living things.
Yes.
They had hard-coded thoughts and feelings, and you just killed them. What is wrong with you? Why can't you just die like a morally responsible person?
Fuck yeah, there we go.
Can't you take it easy on me? How can I fight dirty when you have all the advantages? All right, I have it. Behold, in fear.
Oh my god.
Spunkling. It's like a baby spunkling, but it's bigger and has more health. Sometimes I frighten even myself with my genius.
Smack, 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 smack. It's so funny to me. I can just kill one. I probably get enough for that.
All right, I think this game is rigged. I call shenanigans. I'm done with
What?
this. I don't like games when I can't cheat and win. It's not fair.
That's fucked up, bro. What do you mean? I didn't even get to use the Great Firewall. But you can continue the story skipping this level. Accept challenge? Start wave. Oh, I can keep going. Oh my god. I don't think I can put things anywhere else. I just like the spanking when it's ready. Yippee! Okay, I'm going to remove this one and add this one now. Sorry about you. Fuck yeah, look at that. Look at him go. Fuck yeah, bro. I think I'm supposed to just put firewall towers. There you
I went to the bathroom and come back to this? How dare you?
Alright, prepare. There's like nothing else I
Me,
can do.
sir, it looks like I'm gonna have to handle this myself. Get ready to get spanked. I'm coming. This is
Spunk the
a long
poop peasant.
walk.
I like it. It is.
I'm getting pretty tired, but I'm gonna kick your butt. Oh, jeez. I'm getting pretty windy.
Yeah, I like maxed out my towers, dude, so you're kind of fucked.
I'm almost there.
Yes!
Beating you. Your attacks didn't even hurt. I'm just lazy and got tired of walking. It's hard when I ain't got the legs. Take your stupid
What else did I get?
collectible trophy. Don't think I don't know about
Woo!
these.
I want to put back on the heart. I want the heart one. Wait. Down with a stick. I want to be a cute knight. Alright, wait, what's this? What do you mean not discovered? Is there another path to go in these ones?
Oh, well, I think I broke the light code a bit. But, well, this is okay too, right? It hides all the dirty stains. So I guess everything looks clean. Let's see you clean it up even more.
Is the alternate route if I die? How do I die in this game? Oh, bang! Hello, Jan! Welcome on in. How was a Sims 4? How was it? Did you? Holy cow, it's a cow! I'm a cat-cow hybrid. For those of you new here, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. We are currently playing Glitch Spanker, the demo for Glitch Spanker. Which is this fun, it's an interesting game because it has a lot of different games in it.
Worry. There probably isn't a monster sneaking around behind you. Not on this level.
I'm trying to find out what the secret alternative path to this is. What if I walk into him? Nothing. Yeah, spank. But feel free to tell us how your stream went. Because we'd love to hear. But if you need to take care of yourself, that's understandable, you know? It's understandable. Your health is most important to us. Otherwise, I would feel free to chill out, hang out. Hi, Scotty! But welcome on in, everybody. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Where is the secret? Where is the secret? Sims drama. I love Sims drama, but we also built a house for like 2 hours. That's my favorite, personally. I love building houses. Excuse me. Fuck out of here. Bah. 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 Breaking everything.
So,
I don't want to...
I've been trying to mess with the code, but I've only really ever eaten code. I tried to read it or write
Hello. But yeah, I love The
hate
Sims. I love
reading.
building houses more than
But for
anything
you,
else, in my personal
I'll
opinion.
fix this. I'll do anything. I love you.
I'm trying to see if I can find... What is the alternative ending in this? Is it me dying? I think I broke everything else. Which is not true. Because I don't know where I'm going. Anything out here? I don't know where to go. Oh yeah, and then there's this little area. Bloop, 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 bloop. Fucking weirdo. Smack. Maybe I'm supposed to like kill all of those guys or something? I don't know. Okay, there's one item left, and it's this guy. But there's an alternative ending, and if I keep just breaking stuff, I don't think we get that ending. Thank you for the boo. Where's the secret? Where's the other ending? Do I have to break it? Alright, let's go break it. Is there something after breaking it that I didn't realize? Okay, replay loading.
Oh, well, I think I broke the light code a bit. But, well, this is okay too, right? It hides all the dirty stains. So I guess everything.
Lane is very focused on unparalleled
Let's see if
on this unparalleled amount of focus being used. Yeah, I wanna. Wait, I did everything. Wait, why are you saying that? I did everything. I think. That had a key on it. Was that 2 something? Am I supposed to do something here? I'm kind of confused. I'm gonna be honest, because there's an alternative ending, and I don't much see it. Are you gonna kill me? What if I don't kill that guy? You know? What if I just don't bother? Hello? Hello? Secret murder code? Hello? Excuse me? Excuse me? You're in my way. Okay.
So, I guess this seems kind of.
Shut up. Hello. What's the alternate route here? I don't know what the alternate route here is. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to spend too long on the other secrets. Alright, let's go. Or maybe this is not discovered because, like, it's the end of the game, so the new game would,
You thought you could kill me?
Oh my god, I have to do this
I
again.
once won a game of.
Thunder Tower. I think it's here.
I didn't realize
No, it doesn't.
you'd be a... Go forth, my spunklings! Get him! Fight him!
But we got all of our groups in this. Elaine, hi Joker! Hi, how are you?
What the hell, man? Those were living things! They had hard-coded thoughts and feelings, and you just killed them! What is wrong with you? Why can't you just die like a morally responsible person?
Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. It don't matter because I already did it 100%.
Take it easy on me. How can I fight dirty when you have all the advantages? All right.
I don't.
I have an idea.
How's the cute cat? I'm good. How are you, lovely Joker? How are you?
Like a baby spunkling, but it's bigger. It has more health. Sometimes I frighten even myself with my keenness.
I'm getting them down, chat. Smack. Trying to save up for that firewall.
I think this game is rigged.
Alright, continue.
So, it's come to... Wow. You really don't have a heart, do you? Do you
Listen,
feel
I did
good
the front
about
out first.
yourself killing an innocent little criminal? Does it make you feel like a
You do
big,
kill people,
strong
so
human?
no. It does.
You're heartless. You're
I'm really
the
happy to
real
see you.
violence in
Oh,
this world.
Joker. Yeah. You just gonna yell? Okay. I hope you made the right choice. I think I did. Whoa, it's Minecraft! Whoa. Hello? I'm gonna run past all this donuts. Ooh. Guess what? I know I can do this. Oh my god, it's a Dark Souls thing!
Kill me! Ow!
I actually don't know if I have health. Oh, fuck. I got him.
So when I pictured this in my head and told my mom about the plan, I had thought that I would have, like, actual attacks that could, you know, hurt people. I don't think this is really that fair. Go ahead, then. Do it. Do it, you coward.
Yeah. I like that he's a toilet in this one. Did he hurt you with that tiny knife? He did. He hurt my feelings.
Bucks. It looks like that's the end of the demo. There's actually a ton more content. Decisions.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so maybe it will keep our progress. That's cool. Is that all of that? Yeah, it's a pretty mortal dilemma. Oh, wait. Okay, wait,
So,
there was one more.
It's come to this. This is the end, you know. There's nothing left.
You must protect the Rizzler from the Skibbity, apparently.
If you do this, I die. I
Whoa, what's
won't
this?
come back.
Whoa.
Please have mercy on me. Spare me. I didn't do nothing.
There's a big ass door right there.
Not too late. Have a heart for an ugly, hideous, foul.
What?
You showed me mercy, so I shan't utterly destroy you. I've had a lot of time to think. It may only feel like moments for you, but while you're gone, time flows differently for me. Hours, days, weeks, sometimes months pass in here. So I've thought about all your moves, what you do, and I've trained against it. Good luck hitting me after I've trained so long in the mountains where the ball
In the mountains? In the mountains, bro? I believe you. Fine, I'll just break everything. Don't you worry. My destructive nature will not stop me. Let's go over here. Look at these cats. Give me the cats. I'm gonna spank the cats. Oh, the knife stand. Whoop-pa, whoop-pa. Alright, now the other kitchen, I guess? They didn't do a very good job of studying us. I feel like this was meant to be like our home, and it's not very... No, it's not the same.
My time has come. All my training has come to this. It's do or die time. So it's time for you to witness my ultimate power!
Power!
Oh my days! Why did I only train against a single spank? Oh, Shucklebucks! It looks like...
Yippee! We did it! It's Spank HQ. How do I customize my home? I want to customize my home. Can I do that in here? I don't know if I can. Pets.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, ooh, ooh! I did it! Enter the portal, face ultimate pain, full game. Find the endings, break each chain. This is cool. Wish I could I don't know how to decorate my room. How do I decorate my room? Is that this thing? We can have accessories in the full game? Oh, this game's fun. Wow, there sounds like sex in there. How do I change out my rooms? I got all the rooms. I want to change them out. Okay. That was fun. We played the full demo of that game. That was really nice. I had fun with that. I hope you guys had fun with that. Alrighty. Insert image install. Alright, we gotta go back to a little bit of work, and then we can do recordings, and then we can do art, and then we can call it for it. That is my plan. Video editing. Waters, I can't do nothing. Alright. Solve this game on my FYP and found out it had a demo. Knew I had. Saw. Cool. I feel like the game honestly speaks for itself. So maybe we do like intro into game. Intro into game. Let me see. As a snippet into a fun hold on. Glitch spanker. Okay, I want these. There's a comedy-driven narrative adventure full of secrets, chaos, and seeing this game popped a few months ago. Playing their demo was so fun. All of the secrets, alternative paths, and honestly, genres game goes through. If you going through you're down for some amazing for a unique games that games go through. If you pop on over to Steam right now, there is a free demo available. Are wishing for the full game like I am. Well, you're in luck, as the full game releases. However, we're good. We just got back into it. I believe this game comes out. This game comes out June 27th. June 27th. If you pop on over, but yeah, I just got back into work and we're vibing and we're having a good time. And then I'll do some recording and then we'll be Paul Gares. do some art. Pop on over to Steam right now. There's a free demo available. However, if you're wishing for a full game like I am, well, you're in luck, as the full game releases on June 27th. There's a free demo available. If you've already played it and are wishing for the full game, like I am, well, you're in luck. And okay, cool. Cool. Roll for fun, done. And I just gotta record all my scripts. Over and over I keep. I hope your games are going well, by the way. If what you're doing, I hope your games are fun. And you walk beside me. Unbelievable, that unbelievable world we knew. Alright. Time to record other stuff. Launch anyway. Alright, neon sky turns into stars. The sun and the moon seem to be ours. I have to fix this, don't I? Yep, -30, okay. Recording. And over I keep what we knew. Games are fun. I did Fortnite, then switched to zombies, but now I Fortnite again. I hope Fortnite is fun. What kind of zombie games do you play? Okay, that's still there. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna do this really quick. I realize my noise constantly hasn't been on this whole time. 7 Days to Die is the one I am. Oh, fun. I hope you had fun with that. No, this one. Okay. Let's start recording. I'm sure you've heard of this Dino King's roar across the land. Red Claw is not only the biggest dino around, but also an entertaining content creator and talented artist. They stream over on Twitch playing a variety of games and enjoy hanging out with their friends. They've shown us their true alpha artist energy by drawing all their model art and quite a few epic pieces as well. With all that said, be sure to check them out on the socials and show them your mighty roar. I think I was okay. I forgot to turn this on today. That's okay. No, tail come back. Okay. Did you know this one? Oh, for fun. Jump the track. The highlight. Vibe and shine. These all just need to go in their respective folders. Oh, I realize it's not the one I want. Oh. Okay. Oop, resources. There we go. I don't know why I keep like looking to the side. I shouldn't be. Okay. Okay. Now we should be good, so I'll just re-record that. I'm sure you've heard this Dino King's roar across the land. Redclaw is not only the biggest dino around, but also an entertaining content creator and talented artist. They stream over on Twitch, playing a variety of games and enjoying hanging out with their friends. They've shown us their true alpha artist energy by drawing a lot of their model art in quite a few epic pieces as well. With all that said, though, be sure to check them out on their show. With all that said, be sure to check them out on the socials. With all that said, be sure to check them out on their socials and show them your might. With all that said, be sure to check them out on their socials and show them your mighty roar. That's not so bad. I think that one's better. Okay, cool. Oops. Cancel. Position. Zoom. Apply. This needs to be moved down. This needs to be scooted. Did I make this script shorter than I normally do? I don't think so. Hold me in your arms tonight. There we go. I still say socials. That's okay. Oop. Right, there we go. Cool. Earth on fire. Cadabra. Oh, poop. go. Hog, save, put that down. Okay, so that was this one. Do V stars next. Let's do boop, boop. This penitential, yeah. Oops. This penitential undead night creates not only hilarious moments on the stream, but also beautiful melodies. The song that is currently blessing our ears is even one that was created by the ever-talented Nikto. Streaming often on Twitch, they adventure through the lands of Limgrave and Limveiled with their friends. Whether you're looking for a soothing voice to listen to or someone to burn heretics with, whether you're looking for a soothing voice to listen to or someone to burn heretics with, Nikto's got you covered. This gorgeous VTuber was created by the ever wonderful and talented The Cecils and the Foxes drawing. Okay. Hopefully that was good. Where your book begins, still unwritten. Save. Okay, I'm gonna scoot this, I'm gonna scoot this over here. And then we're just gonna scoot this in here. I'll scoot this in here. And I'll scoot this in here. It's gonna go to the end of. Alright, put the blank space before you open up the dirty window. It's actually gonna scoot over. I'll put the intro in here now, just because I can. Hi Gar, how are you? Welcome on in. Let's see, what is this? And then he eats them. Okay, I think it's this one. Right, it's like here. Cool. Then I'll scoot this over. Scoot, scoot, scoot. Oh my god. Hiya, just been lurking for a bit. No problem. It's a Monday, it's a work day. You know, I get it, I get it. I hope you're doing well though. I don't know if I needed that whole section actually. I think we can remove this part and then link loops and then keep the rest. honesty is the response. What the fuck? Going through it a little bit, but to be honest, channeling through our... That's valid! Hey man, if you honestly need a friend to talk to, I'm here for you. I am always online. I'm happy to hear if you just need a bud, you know? If you just need a bud to vent to, I got you, you know? No harm, no foul. I got you. But I'm happy to see you here regardless, and I hope hanging out here can give you some good vibes. Okay. I don't like how I'm sitting in this video, but it's okay. 7.3 negative 496. Appreciate, of course. Cool. Okay, it was created by V-stars, this one, replace this one, and then replace one more thing, which is this, with this, and we save it, and then we mark that one off, and then we do, did you know? Alright, yeah, did you know? And then we'll do pigtails, no cardigan, but glasses. Alright. Your sperm looks mad weird. Wait. Your sperm looks mad weird. That's right, sperm can have sperm can have abnormalities in 3 different areas, such as the head, mid-piece, and tail. Parts can be lopsided, twisty, or even dual-headed. Ain't that strange? Even though those little swimmers do look abnormal, though, they, however, function normally. There is also no scientific proof of whether they affect the fetus that comes of it. Like, you won't have 2 heads if you won't have 2 heads if the swimmers do. So maybe next time you think you're a little quirky, maybe wonder if instead of... So maybe next time you think that you're a little quirky, maybe wonder if instead your origin seed was a little quirky. So maybe next time you think that you're a little weird, maybe wonder if your origin seed was a little weirder. I think that's better. I can only figure it out once I look at it, and I can only look at it once I put it in the thing, so... File, save, project as, did you know 3? My boyfriend, what happened to him? I love you, you must screw this on me, gotta make a morning. My boyfriend, what doing? And clips, whoop. And then link clips. Start it here. Yeah, no, this is like not needed, I think. Put that in there, put that in there, put that in there. Oh, did I delete the part I needed? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm gonna scoot this guy back in. Scoot this guy back in. Scoot this guy back in. Scoot this guy over. And scoot this guy over. I'm gonna line him back up over here. Rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. Oops. Body ride. Okay. Cool. Alright, and now roll for fun and vibe and shine. Let a body out of sight. Let's do roll for fun. Go here. I wanna dance at the line. I wanna rock your body. Oops. Glitch Spanker is a comedy-driven narrative adventure full of secrets, chaos, minigames, and unexpected choices. Spank, spare, or smooch your way through the corrupted 90s game haunted by a lonely, unstable virus. This game popped up on my For You page a few months ago, and playing their demo was so fun. I loved all the secrets, alternative paths, and honestly genres that this game has. Goes through. If you pop on over to Steam right now, there's a free demo available. But if you've already played it and are wishing for a full game like I am, well, you're in luck as the full game releases. On June 27th. Pog! I think that one's pretty okay. I think that was pretty okay. Link clips. I took a breath. Whoa. It said. Let's see. Now we both fucked up. Let's go back. and then I just want to add the intro into this. Fuck. Okay. Let's see. This night. Sleepless nights turn into love. Impatient. Select folder. Start function. Cool. Out of relevance. Oh, my neck. Cool. Save. Ooh. Time to go into squisho mode. Record. And close this. Coming in adorable is this little guy named Benny. They are a poodoo, which is the smallest species of deer in the world, and according to the National Zoo, Benny's favorite pastime is chomping on leaves. As summer blooms, so do... Thank you for the head pat, Gar! I love head pats. As summer blooms, so does crops this summer. Like, look at this amazing tomato that this takes you to... As summer blooms, so does the crops and as summer blooms, so do many crops this summer. Like, look at this amazing tomato that this TikTok user. As summer blooms, so do many crops this summer. Like, look at this amazing tomato that this TikTok user was about to cut into. It looked like it was a cute little tiny suntan. As a special treat from the art world, we have this wonderful new perspective on rulers, making it not only functional but an extremely beautiful piece. Paul Coxedge created this beautiful statement which Paul Coxedge created this beautiful statement which you can own today by checking their link in their bio. Such an unfortunate name as an artist in my opinion, but it's memorable. It's memorable, that's for sure. Where's Vibe and Shine? There it is. Create. here. Boop. It is a little taller because I can't see what I'm doing. Cool. I'll go here. Hey, bye. Ooh, girl, won't you stop? And then this last bit. Okay, let's do that. Okay. And out what you want. Clips and shove this here. I think I want to re-record that line. As a special treat from the art world, we have this wonderful new perspective on rulers, making it not only a functional, but an extremely beautiful piece. I wanna see you again. Just to pretend. I wanna see you again. Bloop, bloop. Clips go all the way up. Go all the way up. Under the flow. I'm gonna do that one more time too. Paul Cox Edge created this beautiful statement, which you can own today by checking out the link in their bio. Okie dokie. Just because I already have the glasses on. Cool. Cool. That's all done. Oh, I have to change this back. Still, I'm an early bird. It's 10 o'clock before I say a word. Maybe I don't. I never tell. How do you sleep so well? I need a little rest. Bed before the day arrives. Ready for the sunrise. Gotta pretend. Alright, this is done. My dog is a lake and like a bonfire. On this world. And then Tuesday is this, and then Wednesday we'll do club clips, probably, and then Thursday we'll do V-Stars and Roll for Fun. I think that's pretty good. And if we can, I'll squeeze in Roll for Fun. Get back in your bed, you're too sweet for me. This is art references. Just gonna scoot those over there. Save. Cool. I aim low. Ain't true in the grounds where I go. Early from the free from the phone. And the job gets done, but you worry. I know it won't slip away. In her mouth as if it's heaven's gate. You're the DSA. I wish I could go along. Babe, don't get me wrong. I'm just gonna put this down here so they're in the same order. Sweet as a cream in the bedroom. Maybe I'd wait a day. I look in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Twitch promos, thumbnails, this one. My bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Oops. Close. Ooh. Close. Is Tiki still playing games? Or did they end? They ended. Well, Gordy's last, so we'll go look at. Oh, Shibuki. If I get my bed at 3, you're too sweet for me. It's your clock, yeah, it's 6:30. I might play some Call of Duty. You guys wanna play some Call of Duty? I wanna play some Call of Duty. I wanna play a few matches. Let's take a break and play some Call of Duty. This one done. It might be better. Now my side itches. I just want to play a few games and then we'll get to art. So I haven't played that many games today. I played Glitchmaker, but I feel like that doesn't count. So. I was playing games. Partially because I wanted to. Partially because I needed to. This is just because I can. Good luck. Thank you, wife. Alright, let me check my audio settings in this game. Get the fuck out of my face. Multiplayer. That's a cute little emo boy. Nope. Settings. Audio settings. Game. Nope, don't start that. What the fuck? Stereo. Audio mix. Global. Voice chat. This goes into got a voice chat, speakers, DTS game, default communications. Where's the one that I want? LG system, GTS game, voice chat, speaker system, LG. I have another audio source, don't I? Wrong program. You should join us on Fortnite. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's called Ignore Audio. Call of Duty. Nope, I don't want that on that. I'm down. Let me just fix this. Why is it not? Browser. System. Speakers. It's not going to the thing I want it to. Which is annoying. Forknut? Yeah, I'm gonna go play Forknut with my wife. Oh no, my face tracking fell. I'll play Fortnite with my wife. Because my wife asked, I will play Fortnite instead. Even though this is not working the way I want it to. Like I'm going insane, yeah. Maybe I just go straight to my headphones and then maybe people won't be able to hear it. It should go into my ignore audio though, so. Alright, let me see if I have to update it. I might have to update it. Though I shouldn't have to because I played it yesterday. So hopefully it'll be fine. I don't know. Fortnite always has me launching. I never got that skin I wanted to. I don't think it's in the store anymore. Alright. There's a chroma skin that looked nice that I wanted to try. Pork butt, yeah. Pork butt. I'm loading it. Oh, play. I will play 3 games. Win or lose does not matter. But I will play 3. Or less if you guys decide to play less. But 3 will be my maximum so I can do some art. Alright, let me change this back to Fortnite then. Fortnite. Talking to me. Oh my god, After Fortnite, we go arty and cool. Yes. City of Wonder. Are the characters can tell just through play, or do you need? They need. Some of them are done through play. Some of them, like in the battle pass, they have some that you can get. I think. I actually don't know. I think all of them are paid. I think all of them are paid. I don't know. There could be some quests that have it. I don't know. I don't actually know. Who am I playing with? Boop. Oh, that's a cute skin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to get 2 little PNGs in here. Actually, can I just do the foodie? Hello. Hi, wife.
Oh.
Hi,
Hello.
wife. Hi, wife and friends.
Hello.
Alright, hold on. I'm just doing it. Oh, you both are the little popping babies. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Transform.
We do have little popping babies.
There you go. Alright, I'm ready.
Awesome. Do it. Am I ready to?
Let's
Yeah,
do
I am.
it.
Okay, good.
Let's do
Oh, I still have my
it.
refill one on.
It's cute though.
It is cute.
Actually, we could just play the music until.
Let's keep
Thank
looking
you
at
for
it.
inviting me to play.
Yeah, of course.
I think I've played Fortnite once on my stream back when Zero Build came out.
Oh, really?
That
That was a long time ago.
I thought I missed
my God,
registration, but I was
poppy
early.
guy.
I just fucking. Oh God! I'm glad you didn't miss registration. I just finished one 56-minute League game, and I'm done with it for today. That's valid. I haven't played League in a long time. Pixels would be very mad if I played it again. It's a toxic game.
By the way, Powder, you forgetting all your work done.
Thank you. What's this guy doing? What's this airplane move?
I'm still loaded.
Him.
I like how it loaded me in behind you, Ghost, to you hugging somebody else and you never hug me.
It's Bob. Gotta hug Bob. Bob's got 3 kids.
I try to
Though
go
I will
hug
say
Ghost
I've
and then they just
seen-
like don't hug me.
Play League again so I have one friend to play with, or hear me out, quit League.
Yay!
Look at us doing the happy dance. You know, I've seen a lot more Bobs than I have Hanks.
No, I've seen nothing but Hanks.
Oh, well,
One just killed
hopefully
me
your
last
luck
game.
shall change. Hopefully your luck shall change.
I hope so.
There we go.
Let's go. Oh shit. This one.
Okay.
We landed there last time.
Yeah, but you didn't have me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're gonna rock this city. Or die a horrific death. But I'd like to
Yeah.
do the former.
We'll have fun while doing both.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to win everything. Winning is for suckers.
And I am proud. I am right next to someone. Hello.
Oh, I see you.
Oh wow, there are a lot of. Well, I mean, it looks like 18 at least. You know,
land
but to be honest, I was asking about the skins, but I was hoping Hank would be unlocked without spending anything. Nope. Haha, you think you funny? You think Fortnite would let you have something that they paid for, not paid for?
Exactly.
I can't
so
wait
funny.
until they get the like the Simpsons IP, and that's like a whole season of content.
Oh shit!
Oh,
I don't want to
you
talk about
died?
it. No, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about
You
it.
did it again.
I don't want to talk about it.
You know, maybe it was fate that it happened again. You know, there are footsteps near me. Hello.
Yeah, there's someone like with me.
I ran from somebody because I was gliding with them and didn't want to kill him. I felt bad. Who
I'm
just
reloading.
shot at me?
Ooh. Die. He
Joker?
beat me, guns.
I came to help.
I broke that one's small shield.
There's another
I'm
guy
gonna rush
around
this
here.
person. I know I'm very low health,
I
but I feel like they're a
smell
bot.
them. I smell them. Where are they?
Hey guys, there's a slurp truck over here when you want to come down.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't die up there.
We won't. Or at least
You got it.
me you won't.
Am I late to the party?
Yeah,
I
you're late.
have no.
Where's the surf check?
Oh, right
I
there.
have no. I'm coming.
Elaine,
I'm
strip
coming.
truck.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Ah!
Oh, I almost wasn't there.
You got there. Just you were there right when you needed to be there.
Yeah.
Mew
Yeah,
always
yeah.
arrives when needed. Not too early, not too late. I don't know. Fortnite doesn't give you cool free skins. It's always paid like hard.
What would Mew's bat signal be?
Me use bat signal, big clamshell.
Yeah.
Oh, that's boring.
Okay,
be a
what would you guys think it is?
I was thinking like a conch. Like it would also make the conch noise, like a trumpet noise. Yeah.
Well, Coast, what would you think? You asked.
A shooting.
No,
A
not
shooting
gonna.
in a location. But I don't see them.
You
so
still
that's
have
my
me
problem.
turned down, Sonny.
No,
I did not
didn't
hear you say
hear a single word.
anything. If that helps.
Thank you. Thanks for backing me up.
It's just I get that. I've had problems with my mic where it's like no one can hear me and I'm like, why? Give me the gloves. Give me the gloves. Let me in the window. Let me in the
Three
window.
snipers.
I think you're cutting in and out.
Why?
Am
Oh,
I?
you have
Yeah,
three.
because all of a sudden you just started talking and then laughing. I'm like, what?
Oh. I don't like Outlaw Midas. I don't want to talk to him. He's a freak.
Oh, he's hot though. What?
Oh.
That's probably why he's a freak.
I like him with
Most hot
shorter
people are
hair.
freaks.
He doesn't look good with the long hair.
I like the wolf cut.
Not on Midas.
I like him.
More ammo.
Ow, what? Why do I keep falling off of buildings?
No depth perception.
Well, not nice.
Having it's kind of I don't have depth perception.
I have excuses.
Whee.
Ooh,
You can't use your color blindness on this.
I'm not using my color blindness on this.
Oh, you're using the other one.
Yeah.
Whee!
Namaste. That's a crazy thing to say.
I'm gonna go to the demon's domain. I got a quest over there.
Okay, we'll come with you.
Demon's domain.
I was just talking to Midas because I hadn't talked to him yet.
Understandable.
There's so many
was he-
snipers around.
Was he risen you good?
I'm coming.
I think she might be cutting in and out.
No, you're cutting in and out too. Is it me then? Am I the issue?
Shrugs.
Might be
Shrugs.
you.
I can't find the site with all the classes I need. Oh no!
Is your Fortnite updating?
There's a joke.
Shooting.
Fortnite. Anytime Fortnite or anything on Epic updates, my computer completely bugs out. It's so bad, and then my Discord is really bad.
Probably because it's taking up all your upload speed.
Yeah,
Campfire.
specifically Discord.
Vex, I'm sorry you can't find the site that you're
Somebody
looking
there.
for, but I'm sure.
Ow!
I'm
Ow!
sure if you just take a second, you'll find it. All I have is a pistol, and I
Ow!
still hit you.
Ouch.
One of them is cracked.
No, I'm
Ow,
right there.
ow,
Watch out, watch out,
ow,
watch out, watch out, watch
ow,
out.
ow, ow, ow,
I hit him.
ow, ow, ow.
Ow! Mother freaker. Oh my
Ow.
god, I do not know how he hit
Oh!
No,
Oh,
Sonny, there's a little guy
There's a
running.
guy right there.
Oh god! Oh
It's
my
up
god!
to you.
Stop.
Go, wife, go!
No!
Oh.
Ah!
Yikes.
I wasn't
We
ready.
can land
for
at
everyone
Demon's
to be
Domain
dead.
next time.
Buddy. I wasn't ready for everybody to be dead.
Oh god,
That
no,
was my
juice
bad.
again. It's been so
That's
long.
okay. Look at them
My
slurping
bad,
up
I
all
was
my
shooting at
juice.
'em.
Asshole.
No, not my wife's juice.
Asshole. That was my special juice.
It's my special juice.
And they had a whole ass chug jug.
That was probably mine. I think they stole mine.
Ooh, not your special jug juice.
No, not my juice. I was saving that for my wife and my ghost.
wife.
I don't know what ghost will be. Ghost, what are you?
Oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just that. Maybe I'm just
Ghost.
Yeah.
Just goes. Not special juice. The same blue Twitch. Oh, true. You so right. So right. Forgot about that. My bad. Fucking break their thing. Fucking break everything. Oh, fuck it. I heard a Zoidberg. Oh, it's the Peter Griffin. Hi, Moira. Did you open the door?
What is blue Twitch?
The site about fans.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, it's very against TOS to say it, so I try not to say it.
Yeah, competition and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I jumped really early by accident. It's fine.
It's okay. I jumped
You
in the
both
middle,
jumped,
so that way we all are in a line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Powerpuff Girls.
Yay!
I'd be honored to be a Powerpuff Girl with you guys.
Don't be Buttercup.
That's okay. I have a feeling I'm Bubbles.
I can see that.
Wait, which one's
There's
which?
so many people here.
Yeah, I'm not trying to think about that, you know? I'm so afraid.
Ah, fuck! Oh my god, that was really close. Ah, I'm down. There's everybody
No,
around
Cleveland!
me. Hi, Mia.
Cleveland, no, don't do it! Cleveland, don't do it! No, he's gonna throw me! No, don't do it, stop! Ah! He took me to a back alley. No gooning John Twitch. But John Twitch is okay with the pool, the hot tub category.
How much
you know?
gold do I have? I have enough. I can revive you guys.
It's
Oh god, it's
Cleveland!
Cleveland! No! You do not have enough
That's the
bullets,
son
buddy.
of a bitch that killed me. Why is Cleveland so aggressive? Good lord. Okay, well, that game obviously doesn't count.
No,
There were so many
no,
people
that doesn't
there.
count.
What the fuck? All right, chat.
What's your quest
That game
for
doesn't-
that area?
Kill demon guards.
Oh.
Tana left him. That makes sense.
Oh, I think the demon guards you can kind of technically do everywhere. I think it's just it
okay.
probably pings that because that's medallion, so they're consistently there.
You can
We
find
just-
them at like the weird
Obelisk symbol stuff.
Yeah, obelisks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds
We
good.
can try that next.
Sounds good. I'm sorry. Yes. What is the matter?
That's so
Tana
odd. Oh
left
my
him.
god, Sunny. So this person I'm RPing with is making like this child character really, really clingy with Danny, and it's just kind of weird.
That's weird. That's weird. That's
Yeah.
weird.
It is weird.
It's really
This person's
odd.
weird. I don't like this person. I don't know him,
That-
but I got smoke with him.
That's taste bad. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Got my snacks out. Hello.
Hello. I'm just gonna
There we
stand there. Hey.
Alright. This time, we should go. Oh, it doesn't tell me
Yeah.
where things are yet.
No. In Vegas, we don't need a guest list. I don't wanna think too much. No, you little car.
Oh, they ended their emote.
Stupid in love.
Let's go.
I'm so stupid in love with my wife.
My
Blooded
wife.
frogs.
Yeah,
We
blooded
keep
frog.
We keep jumping at flooded frogs all night. We've been playing for hours.
that what we're
Yay.
doing? Okay.
There's gonna be a henchman guys here because the weird storm thingy is here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go beat him up. I just realized, is my VOD gonna get muted because of Fortnite?
Would it?
It-
You think because of the dances?
I don't know. I actually want to find out now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because like, we're in a video.
Because it only played for like a few seconds, right?
I guess, but not the one where if you have the falling one equipped for
Oh.
Miku, it plays the song as you fall.
Oh.
So, but maybe that one's gonna be okay because that's like the longest one that you can listen to, I think.
Hmm.
We'll find out. We'll find out. It's not like it matter much to
If
me.
there's nothing here.
Oops.
I listen to
sorry.
music usually when I play, so I don't. I don't have any of the falling like music stuff on.
I also listen to music.
We got a team that's gonna land here, but they're still falling.
I see.
Yeah.
There are no guns here though.
I've got 2 shotguns and 2 SMGs and an AR.
In a dream.
And a
And a
dream. Got
Alright, I
one.
want to beat him up.
Uno. Dos. Oh shit. Watch out for the
Oh my God.
mean thing. There's a thing here. Get the guy.
Beat you up, demon guard. One.
Ow! Ouch!
Three. Now I'm just gonna shoot this guy in the butt.
Careful.
It'd be really cool if I had something other than a shotgun.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh. Give me your loot. Give me your loot.
Got some good shots on him.
Same.
Go away.
He's targeting me.
Yeah.
This motherfucker. I got him.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. I'm out of. Oh my God.
I got him. Oh, hey, there's this guy.
I'm gonna beat you up. Oh my God. Yippee, what?
Oh.
Oh, we got a lot of good stuff.
Shotguns? I would like a shotgun. Switch.
Car coming.
I see that. Careful, careful, careful.
Okay, they're running.
No, no,
Yeah, don't mess with us, punks.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
now they're running. I got a, like, special pistol?
Oh.
Unstable voltage burst pistol.
Yeah, I'm not even
Interesting. Well, that answers, Indy's question earlier. How do people get good guns this early? This is how you get the special ones.
Yeah.
Beat up gods. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep, gold.
Oh, this healing water.
Let's beat up God, guys.
My dog says to beat up God. Alright, I'm already lost in here. I'm ready to go. Ready to
Okay.
go.
Should we go to Utopia City or should we go? Or Supernova Academy. Or we could go to Lone Wolf Lair. That might be a good spot to go.
Yeah, let's go to Lone Wolf Lair.
That's over this way.
This way. Meow. I'm running. You know what weapon I missed in Fortnite? The katana.
Game? Thank you, Jesus.
The katana was so good.
I
I
missed
missed
that.
the katana.
I liked the baseball bat.
I love the baseball bat so much.
That was one of my favorites. The lightsaber was kind of... It was good the first time they introduced it, but it was really bad the second time.
The one thing I miss the most, it was like seasons ago. It was a big hammer. And you used to like twirl and fly in the air with the hammer. It was so fun.
Was it Mjolnir?
No, it was just like this huge hunkin' hammer.
Car people are right there. Careful. I marked 600 fucking meters away. They were like up there. I mean.
Sneaky. Well, they won't see us. Obviously, we're so cool. And
they went that way.
Just sneaking.
People landed on the roof of this building though, so I'd be careful.
Oh, we'll fuck them up. That'll be okay.
Yeah. Scaling the side of this building.
As one should. How else do you enter upon in style?
From the roof.
This place is looted.
People there.
Wanna fight him? I don't really fight him.
I just nailed him. He's almost dead.
Fuck him up.
Their car is damaged. They're running.
Make them cower in fear before your glory. I haven't played since Heavy AR. I don't know how long that's been.
I don't either.
Are they still in? I think they dipped from the car. Yeah,
I don't know my guns.
Oh, they're up there now.
Oh. I don't have long range weapons.
Me neither.
Alright,
They're
so
marking.
I guess that means something. Oh, it's like 4 years.
Oh, they're
damn.
Fuck.
Don't die.
Yo!
Don't die. Don't die.
No,
Whatever
my
you
God.
do, don't die.
Oh my
Don't
God.
die.
Oh my God, I got
Don't
really
die.
close.
I'm still running
I got
at
really
him.
close. Don't! I wouldn't rush in. I wouldn't rush in.
It is too late. I am already here. I fucked up.
They're cracked.
How many of them? There's a couple of them there.
There's 3.
Yeah, there's 3. We'll do it. Oh, you bitch. He's done taking my chug jug.
Ah! I'm right behind you.
Do you think I can get this reboot?
Yeah. I believe. Do it.
Right. You got it. Oh. 1 second.
No, get up. Yeah, go!
Oh!
They got us both at the same
We
time.
tried.
Yay.
Damn the collat. I'm sorry that I went in.
It's been so sweaty tonight.
I just wanted to slap my dick on him. It's probably because it's after work. You know, it's after work hours for a lot of people.
That's what I was thinking too.
Like, I'll just get a game in before I gotta go to sleep for work tomorrow.
Before I stay up until like 6 a.m. Because that's when I work.
That's valid. Sometimes it's easier to work when the world is quiet.
It's easier
What's up,
to
King?
work
Coming
when the
in
world is
to do my nightly skin routine. Hope you've been well. I am well. I'm playing games with some of my friends and my wife. But I hope your skincare routine is good. Refreshing.
I love a good skincare routine.
I don't have a skincare routine, and I think it's funny because like I don't have a skincare routine, but Pixels has like a beard care routine, and I'm like, damn, dude. It's also summer, so a lot of kids are out of school. Ooh, that's a really good point. That's a really
I completely
good
forgot
point,
about that.
actually. Sonny, are you ready?
I thought I read it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, why is this taking so long?
It's okay. I thought you were like looking at skins or something.
Mm-mm.
Well, this Batman's going off, and you know what? I appreciate it.
It's 2 gay dads and their son.
Yes.
True.
Glug, 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 glug.
But that was my chug jug. Them bastards.
The bastards.
What are my quests?
I haven't even been looking at any quests.
Hold on, I gotta get us a good one.
Beep beep.
Deadpool, please. Deadpool. Deadpool, please. Please, Deadpool, please. Deadpool. I'm gonna get really close to him. There. Deadpool, please!
That's why I got the autograph one, because I really wanted people to autograph. And
Stand between you.
Damn!
Always between us.
That was real fucking close there, brother. I could smell your hot breath.
Let's go. Oh, yeah, it's right there.
No, it's perfect.
No,
No, I like it. Yeah, I like there. It's right there.
No, guys, there's nothing there.
You don't know that.
I don't even know how to get back to my map.
Come on, guys.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go.
We can go to the, actually, you know what? That kind of serves my purpose, because if there's a sprite, I gotta sacrifice it to the shrine.
Sacrifice. If it's a sprint one, can I have some of its sprint before you sacrifice
Yeah.
him? Hog.
I'm
We
landing
gotta
up on
find
the
a baby
questions.
first.
I'm about to find a baby.
You gotta
Where
go to
are you,
baby.
babies? I will take what's in this chest.
Honestly, no, that was pretty decent. Alright. Are there any babies that have spawned yet, though?
There's some blue ones down
Oh,
here.
hello there.
Oh shit, yeah, I see one too right there.
I'm hiring a man.
Man. In this
Child, come
economy?
here!
During Pride Month.
What if it's a gay man?
I mean, I am playing Gambit.
I'm gay for everybody. Smooch up.
I'm gay for most people.
I'm sacrificing to the gods.
Woo!
Life is dynamite. Ba, 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 ba. Life is dynamite.
Ooh, good gun. Yeah.
I found a dash, boy.
Nice.
Give me your dash.
Whoa, I didn't know about this. This is
Hello,
freaking
boy.
Dash, baby. Hello.
I got this, baby.
Dash, baby. Yippee, I finished my quest.
Okay.
Deliver
let's go
a
get
dash sprite to a shrine. It's specific? Specific?
We gotta go find her
not
shrine.
Needing to be getted.
Well, we need to stay together.
I
all
have,
in
what's his
this
name?
together.
I have the guy I hired. I think his name is like.
Oh, you have an
Killswitch or
NPC?
something. Yeah.
NPC?
I hired a guy.
Hoggers?
I hired a man. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's right here. I'm hot to go. H-O-T-T. Oh my god, he's breakdancing.
My
Yeah,
god,
like
he's
the NPCs will dance
breakdancing.
with you. Oh. Oh, I like your car. Oh,
That's an
okay.
MQ.
Oh, okay. All right. Ah!
I think there's a
Oh, I know where
car
a shrine
coming.
is.
Yay!
Yippee!
Oh, they got rid of the shrine that used to be right there. Oh.
Oh, where you shot it?
I hit him.
Please tell me you saw that.
Good job. Oh, where's his teammates?
Up
Oh,
here,
they're
I think.
behind us. Oh, downed him. Downed him.
Got him.
Nice.
Ooh. Give
Ooh,
me your
halo.
gold. There's a chest over here. Could there be bullet for me? Oh, it's blue! Hi, Raina. Thank you for the headband. Oh, this one. I have a purple gun.
Over here, guys.
Hey. Is that a cow? That's a fake cow. What the fuck? Is that?
Oh,
why
what
is
the
there a cow
fuck?
here? What the fuck? There's cows here.
It's a stop sign.
Helene, I didn't know you were in here.
I know, right? They didn't pay me. Oh, shoot him. Oh.
Yeah.
I smell gunpowder. I want to shoot.
Okay, bye, little blue baby. I'm coming, guys.
Oh, they must be doing the shrine.
Yeah.
Oh, the shrine thing too.
That's okay, we can
Yeah.
intercept.
Yeah.
I sees them.
It's a careful, they're sweat skins. Damn, it made me shoot the shrine thing instead of the actual player. He's almost down. The guy over there is almost down.
Oh. They're hiding. They're hiding. Gotta get them.
I'm going in.
I'm going in with you.
Awesome.
Cracked one of them. Oh god, I gotta reload. Excuse me.
Youch!
I killed one. Where are they? Where are they?
Oh shit!
Ooh. Oh my god, please switch guns. Oh my god. Kill him! Yes! Murder!
Coming,
I
someone's
love
still here.
murder! Huh?
Pinging.
They're up there. I can't get up there.
Pinging again. Drinking a chug jug. They're running.
Oh, I gotta reload. Oh no, come back!
I'm jumping up. Where the fuck? Holy shit, I did not see where they went.
Oh, they went in the building. Where'd they go?
Hold on, pinging. Got him.
Killed them.
Nice.
Woo, baby. Ooh, and they
Hell
had a
yeah.
Nice.
Yum.
I need this.
Let's go.
There's a lot of like chug jugs and stuff and like health stuff in over here.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty full up. Actually, surprisingly.
I'm not.
It's okay. All the healing
won't let
items
me
can be for you.
It won't let me drop this. Get out of my inventory. Thank you. Chopping
Ooh, what's
fire,
this
with
one?
chopping fire, with chop chop chop, just like a country western.
Oh, they're all over there. Oh, stupid.
I love my guy. He like pings all of the chests.
Yeah, I was wondering
it's
what.
nice.
Yeah, those are
Right?
like the best guys to have. Because even if they like are kind of shit at like helping you or picking you up, at least they're useful.
There's the guns, the dual guns that make you
No
jump real slow.
thanks.
I don't like
Like,
them.
no thanks. Ooh. Take one of these. Wait, is this
We
one
should
clear?
be careful of storm. It's coming in. and
It
out.
just moved. We're okay.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a baby down.
Bye, baby.
My baby. Alright, where do you guys want to go next?
Oh, I found the little guys.
Huh? Ooh, the little wiggly guys?
Yeah.
Aww, look
Look at them. They're not making any music, but they're so cute.
They're so cute. I like that they hide them every season somewhere in the map.
I do too. And then the
Oh
statue
my
frogs,
God.
they have kids now.
Aww.
So I'm like, okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
I like
I'm
the
gonna be honest. That
purple
NPC
shade.
scared the shit out of me. Purple?
What?
Like there's a purple shade on my computer right now. It's like a reddish purple.
Yeah, it's the sun setting.
Don't like it. Tell it to come back up.
I thought you were gonna say that you liked it.
No, I don't like it.
Sniff.
I'm really, really colorblind, so like it's hard for me to.
Oh, so it's like
what the
washing everything
fart?
out. Where are you being shot from? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
what? Holy
There's just
shit!
one person.
Ow! It's one person.
I got him.
usually-
I got him. Oh, Chinese name.
Oh, thank you, my friend. That's
Their
okay.
name was in
Gonna
Mandarin.
die today. Oh my god! Another one. From where? From there? They suck though. I suck though. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Oh my god.
He's gone. You're okay.
What did he drop? What did they drop?
Did the other one have
Sniff,
heals?
sniff, sniff, sniff.
No, but I do.
No, but yeah, we got chug jugs and stuff. Go away. He's still there.
He's peeking. He's peeking. Careful.
Ow. Oh, fuck.
Got him. You're good.
It's fine.
Oh my god, my NPC is being useful, Sonny.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Where did it go?
There's another one.
there
There's
one
another
behind
one.
us?
There's another one.
behind us.
There's another one.
They're behind us.
There's
Behind us.
another one.
Careful.
I'm running away while I'm chugging this.
I'm coming.
Okay, cool.
They're
I got
up there.
high ground.
They don't
I know.
look
I
like
got
they're
high
really
ground.
good. Oh my god, the stupid tree is sticking me. Get me stuck.
Stop. Heading for 53.
Okay.
They're trying to get out of here. I'm coming.
Don't let him. Get him.
I'm coming. Come
They're
back
gone.
here, you
Running.
ninny. Yeah, fuck
Got
him
him.
up.
Nice.
Yes! Good job.
Thank you. He whited
Why
though.
don't you guys have shotgun ammo?
Yeah, you can have all mine.
Yay!
We should get in the circle. The circle!
Yeah. There's a car over here.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, there's a four-wheeler down here. Or four-door, not four-wheeler. Four-door.
All cars are
Technically, it has
four-wheelers.
I know, that's why I was like, that's so stupid.
That's okay. I mean, technically, there's some cars that have 3 wheels. I think.
That's true.
Okay, what is Miyu's knowledge of cars anyway?
I know
good
cars have
point,
4 wheels.
Wait for my guy. No, my guy!
You want to wait for the NPC?
Thank
okay.
you.
Woo!
He's been very helpful, okay?
No, that's valid. That's valid. No,
He
yeah, we
revived
wouldn't want
me
him.
and he helped revive Elaine. Alright.
Hey guys,
Yep,
I
yep,
did learn
yes.
something cool though. Whee!
Oh! Okay. I don't know if I want to let you
Never let the
drive.
mermaid drive, am I right?
Yeah. How do your feet touch the pedals?
I got feet.
Oh,
Am I short now? Am I a short mermaid?
maybe.
Danger, 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 danger.
Here, let's go up here.
I like danger. I
I don't see them. I don't. Oh, I see the loot that they dropped though. Loot there.
I'm just gonna get a little bit closer.
Daddy did it.
Oh, gas station.
Gas station? Alright, gas station. Alright, the gas station.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm seeing
see
what kind of
'em.
loot they got.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Nothing good.
I'm with you, Elaine.
I'm behind you guys. I'm coming.
Sunny's looting though, so careful.
Oh, I'm coming.
Got one.
Nice.
Killed him. There's the other one right there. Going in.
Got him.
Oh, okay, well.
Let's go.
Good job, guys.
That was good. They
Good
just peeked
job.
their head out and then bam.
Whoa!
I like the sniper.
That's good. I can barely use it.
It's
I
not
like
the
using
most
my veiled
fantastic
SMG.
sniper, but I've got a pretty steady mouse.
The drop off can be a little finicky for me.
That's a mood. I never expect the bullet drop for some reason. Alrighty, we should probably. Okay, there's metals going. We maybe should get to like a high point, like the mountains.
Oh, someone's right here.
Mrs. Incredible. Oh, she was alone. That's kind of sad.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a bot though, because there's no way that someone who wasn't would have shot at us.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good gun, but I don't want it. Actually,
I have one already.
I don't want it
Do
because
we
I don't
want
want
to go to the
blaster.
mountain?
Yes.
To the mountain.
To the mountain. The
We
mystery.
might meet some
zone.
metals
know
up there, but we'll
I
oh god!
know.
Oh, I made it to the water this time. Yesterday I fell off that same exact cliff and I died.
Oh. I like heard you scream and I turned and I just see you at the bottom. I'm like, okay, I know what happened. It's like, I know what happened here. Go to the
Make
misty
sure there's
mountain,
not
guys.
already somebody up there before we rush up.
We'll be fine.
All right, let's rush up there blindly.
Yes. By blindly, I mean when I'm almost up there, I will scan, and then we'll probably get our asses kicked. But, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be lucky.
Yeah, maybe we're lucky.
Somebody skip this song for me. I don't want to do it.
Skip. There you go.
Oh my god, it worked. Oh, there's a little guy down there. I like that it pings the little guys, too.
Yeah.
I wish you would just ping
That is
it and not
good.
give them a heartbeat because then I'm just like, person! But it's not a person. It's like squirrel. But there's a squirrel.
Careful, medallion is in front of
Mhm.
us.
Oh,
Yeah, it's over
okay.
there.
I can't see because the ping's in the way.
There you go.
Thank you. Are they in front of us or are they below? Oh yeah, I
front of
see
us.
him. Okay, I see him. I see him. I see him.
There's somebody up there.
Yeah,
somebody
we
up
gotta,
there, careful.
we gotta go over there though, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh.
There's a thing right here. So, and we can
Yeah.
we can walk on this one. It's not like a zip line.
Sorry. Oh, God.
Look. They're.
I got this.
Oh my god, man. Oh, what?
just pull her
did
back?
that
Did you just
I
pull her
don't
back?
know what that just did.
Now
Person.
get that ass back here. Ow. Ooh. Ow. Ooh.
Get down.
Ooh. Okay, backing up. You guys got this.
I'm reloading.
Ow! Behind us!
What?
Oh.
We're sandwiched. We're sandwiched.
Yep,
We're sandwiched.
Go down the hill.
I'm starting down the hill. I'm starting down the hill.
Yeah, go down the
They're
hill.
coming. They're coming over. They're
Oh.
coming over.
I'm sliding. I'm gone.
I'm gone. I'm also
They
gone.
followed.
I
They
need-
followed. They
Oh,
followed.
shit,
They
they
followed. They followed.
No, don't follow, please. I need more healing. Please.
Hey, the other guys decided that they wanted to come give me a little kiss.
Oh, they're here.
Yep, I know. I'm healing.
Reloading.
I'll distract him.
No.
I knocked one.
Nice.
Alright. Elaine, I threw a medkit at you.
Kill switch.
Okay,
Kill switch.
okay.
Stop standing there like an idiot. My guy is standing there. No! Sonny, he's dead.
I don't care.
Oh no! Oh no!
Feet are coming.
See here. Why me? Why me, bro?
I got him.
Okay, good job. There's literally one person left.
Yeah, it was that one guy I think that got hurt earlier.
Hey, he's coming.
Oh yeah, because the storm.
Oh fuck! Thank God. Ow!
Oh.
Whoa! He's there. No, it's
No,
not.
it's a Peter Griffin! It's a Peter Griffin!
Elaine, if you can get over
Got
here,
him.
I have a big pot for you.
Come here. Oh, there you are.
Oh!
Oh. Sunny. Don't rev.
Oh,
I
so
should have used the out.
close.
Oh, they had a fucking mythic gun.
Damn.
And they had an NPC. They had an NPC on their
Yeah.
side too.
Oh, I had
So
9
it
kills.
didn't
Let's go,
count.
guys.
Let's go. Thank you
Oh,
for
he had a
letting me
mythic,
play. That was fun. I will.
That was
pop out
good.
though
We
to
got
do
to
some
second. That was
art.
good, guys.
Yeah,
good job,
that was
everybody.
fucking great. That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
Most of my when I play with my other friends, sometimes we just play to win. But I like that you guys are just like, let's do goofy, silly thing.
Yeah, like what's
I don't play
the
to
point?
win.
Yeah, I guess we honestly don't win a lot. So what's the point, right? Let's just have fun.
Yeah, it means a lot. Thank you for letting me play. I'm gonna go do some art before I get too tired.
Okay, thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Good
Of
night.
course. Bye.
That was so fun. I just like most of the times I just like playing video games like that with my friends. Even if the game can be sometimes dookie trash. You know, playing it with friends is what makes it fun. Alright, this is this one. Don't want to close the wrong one. Someday I will close the wrong one and I will cry. My stream will end and I will just be sad. But for now, that's not what's happening. No, I want a different. Alrighty. Who's still streaming? Is Gordy still streaming? Gordy is not still streaming. He's watching someone play Minecraft. Thank you for the boop. They're gonna do a little bit of art. We're gonna do a little bit of art. Wait, Heroic streaming? Hey yo, how long has Heroic been streaming for? Just curious. 4 hours? How long do they normally go for? So I kind of want to do a little bit. A little bit of art. You doing fork knife today? I just finished doing some fork knife. Oh, Heroic might end soon. Maybe I go raid out, because I kind of want to raid out. I kind of want to work on art. Nicto's doing stuff. Wait, if Nicto's doing stuff, he was streaming for 4 hours too? Fuck! I haven't been streaming already. Fuck it. I'm doing art. How are you doing today? I'm good. How are you? I am good. I want to do a little bit of art. Because I said I was going to. And I thought it would be a good time to end stream. But then I'm like, but I didn't do any art. And I could do art offline, which I probably will end up doing. But like, I'm getting my little bitty bits on stream. Is my plan. I'm good, thank you, of course. Of course. I like making sure everyone has a good day. Okay, I'll just do a little bit. Because how long have we been streaming for? Wait, we've been streaming for 9 hours! Thank you for the biddies, Teeny! That means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit. I didn't realize we'd been streaming for 9 hours. How have we been streaming for 9 hours? Okay, well, oops. Ew, this is not the cardboard that I want. I should have another cardboard. Sent. Art resources. Substance resources. There should be. Wood, olives, and a bit of edge detector. Do I not have cardboard? Cardboard? I might not. This would make me cry. Oh my god. Did I? I'm pretty sure I backed it up though. This isn't fork knife. No, I just got off a fork knife actually. I just got off a fork knife. We got a second place. How you doing, Andrea? Where did I put those files? Adobe Substance Painter. Assets. Smart materials, maybe? No, are they all readmes? Oh no. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, indeed. Materials. Backen. Where's the cardboard one? Cardboard corrugated. This is what I want. Texture. Cannot be imported. What do you mean? Pretty good. Just finished an assignment. How was your assignment? How about this one? How about this one? Import. Boop. Ooh, this was the wrong one. Cardboard side. Give me this one. There we go. I found it. Okay, cool. Rotate it. And then I'm just gonna get this to do one thing and then I'll get off. Let's do base color. I finished one last night, but I got notes mixed up, so I did a revision on the notes. Understandable. Well, I'm proud of you for doing your due diligence. It's important that you be getting that homework done. Add black mask. Let's remove these two. These are my dogs from, oops. These are my dogs from home. This is Moira sleeping. And these are some memes that I like. And this is also a meme that I like. That's entirely how I chose each of the images, to be honest. Oh, you know what? I know the problem here. I see what's happening here. It was pretty good considering it was my first time doing a breakdown sheet and a shooting schedule. How are you? I'm good. And I'm glad that it went well. That's mega good. I honestly did not realize it's been 9 hours. I think things have just been happening and then I've just been going and then... Let's see, I'm gonna like scoot it back here so I can see what I'm doing. Almost. Nope. Almost. Yeah, I think I got it. No, I didn't. God darn it. Oh, I should probably look at it over here, actually. There we go. Just squeeze. There we go. That's interesting. Let's have that color be this color. Add black mask. Put this at the bottom. And I'll go on this one, and this one. And these. There you go. And I can fix the rest of it offline. Cool. Okay. Let's go raid. Before people get off. Because I didn't realize we've been streaming for 9 hours. Who fucking knew? Not me. I did. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. You know, oh shit, wrong thing. I'll be back tomorrow. Same shit, same place. Well, slightly different shit. Same place, same time. Thank you so much, Miyu, and thank you for letting me play with you guys. Thank you so much to Jan, Bumblebee, and Piggly Oof, I believe is all the raids that we get today for the raids. Have a good evening. Thank you. I got a TikTok warning. What do you mean you got a TikTok warning? What does that mean? Take care. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you guys would like a raid message, here's a raid message for you guys. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to, but I appreciate it if you did, so that way they know where you're coming from. But overall, I love you guys. Remember, be good, be great, and be brave out there. Mwah. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. TikTok is angry at me. Why is it angry at you? Vexed, DM me. I need